Hi everyone, we're just about to start. I'm just waiting for the attendees numbers, they're just going up, so I'll start in 1 minute. Can I just check everyone can hear me? Just comment in the chat. Yay! Perfect, morning! Where are we all signing in from? Hi Charlotte, how are you? Leeds, Chiswick, oh, I love Chiswick. Edinburgh, I went to uni in Scotland. Leicester, India, yay. Kent, fantastic. Germany, yeah, quite a good representation. What we could have done is done a map and then you sign in and you click on your map. Lake District, how nice. Northumbria, yay. Manchester. Bristol, yeah, I grew up in Exeter, so Bristol's fantastic. Never been to Sunderland. Hello, welcome. Oh, there's someone with my name, Nakisha Tandy. Hey, namesake, hello. Okay, so we're about to start. I'm Thandiwe Banda, Miss Banda. I'm head of science at school in Banstead. I just want to go through how today will work, and then I'll do the first couple of sessions, and then we'll invite in our panelists. Does that sound okay with everybody? Okay, so the first thing I want to go through is how the chat will work. So on your screens, if you want to ask a question during the sessions, could you please check that you have a Q&A button on your screen? And if you click on that, you'll be able to ask some questions. Okay, can everybody see the Q&A? So the chat will be disabled in a minute and all questions should come through the Q&A. I will do the first 10-15 minutes and then I'll introduce our first panelist. Okay, but welcome to today's STEM conference. I'm Miss T. Banda. I work at a school in Banstead. I'm the head of science there, the faculty lead of science, and I will just share my screen so that we can go through some of the schedules for today. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so I just wanted to start by telling you a bit about myself. So I used to be a head of STEM. I'm now a faculty lead in science. I used to be a head of STEM. I did an undergraduate degree in medical molecular microbiology, longest name ever, best degree around. And then I did a master's in medical microbiology. And in my master's project, I was working on something called a MASC-S. It's a protein that's found in E. coli. And my job with my research lab was to quench it. So basically this protein enables E. coli to survive any stresses. So it's very difficult to target drugs. So what we used to do is look at the protein and look at the amino acids and mutate the amino acids using fluorescence spectroscopy, using UV light, and then see how much it's been quenched. And the good thing is that it was published. So we managed to get a 95% quench, which is really good. So it's a project that's still ongoing. So eventually I'll go back and finish that off, but it's currently with Sheffield University as well. After that, I did my teacher training, but then I love research and I've always loved STEM. So what I did a master's in education called Leadership, Innovation and Change with a STEM focus. So what I do is I look at research and look at the impact of STEM on young people like everyone that's joined here. And then ideally that will move on to a doctorate as well. And then on top of that, I've done a psychology A-level on top as well, because I wanted to know how to teach better and how to look at the science of learning. And I'm currently also working with Oxford University on a child psychiatry program that we're going to be rolling out in schools. So I'm really into research. So any questions about research, just please feel free to ask as well. So today we're going to look at what STEM in schools means. We're going to have a panelist from Youth STEM Awards who's going to talk about what they offer at Youth STEM. Then I'm going to talk through some of the extracurriculars that you could be doing to improve your personal statements, but also to improve your employability skills. And I'll try and make it global so that everybody from all over the world can actually take part as well and actually get something from the extracurricular provision. Then we're going to have a university panel, which has got 3 panelists, and they're going to talk about what they're doing at uni and how it's going and any advice that they have for you. And you can ask questions in the Q&A as we go. And then I'm also going to be looking at alternative routes into STEM, and we have a few more panelists doing that. And lastly, we're going to do careers. So it will be a really nice day for STEM enrichment as well. And hopefully you will get something from it, but please do ask, and we will send out leaflets afterwards as well to make sure that everybody has access to it as well. Okay, so let's start with STEM in schools. So if you are at school at the moment, you need to be thinking, what can I do at school to improve my my employability skill, to improve my STEM skills, to make sure that I know what I want to do, to make sure I make the right decisions before I choose to go to university or an alternative route, whatever it is that you want to do. Even if you're not sure what you want to do, you need to know what you can do at school. So the key thing is, if your school has got a STEM club, please make sure you join it. It's really, really rewarding. So that could be robotics, medical science club, eco club, F1. There's Green Power Challenge, any sort of STEM club. If you've got one at school, have a go, see what they do and see what you can gain from it. Now, not every school has got a STEM club. So what you could do instead is, if you are, particularly if you're in year 12 or year 11, but it doesn't really matter, why don't you just start a STEM club? All you need is a teacher to supervise you. So you can always go to your science department and say to them, we would like to start a STEM club, and we will run it, because that's actually quite useful experience for you as young people to be role models. So for instance, for the students that I teach right now, there's the year 12s are STEM ambassadors, and they will supervise younger years when we go back to normal education and lockdown's completely over. And they supervise younger years, and they do several projects, and we take those projects to competition stage as well. And I'll go through what sorts of competitions you can do later as well. Then if you can't do STEM at school, or even if you are doing STEM at school, you can always do STEM project at home. You don't need a school to enter for competitions. Parents and guardians can enter you for a competition. If you are a sixth form person or a sixth form student, you can enter your own competition because you're old enough. Okay, so think about what you can do at home. It could be something as simple as, oh, I would like to know factors that affect germination in tomato seeds, and you would just plant some tomato seeds. You could decide to do a cloning project of plants. You could decide to do, oh, I wonder what happens if I keep this at different temperatures. Anything that you are interested in, see what you can do at home. Now, the one key thing about STEM is to think about sustainability. STEM students are those that think about how whatever they're doing has an impact on the world. So for instance, at the moment, we have a lot of issues with plastic, but what can we do as young people to tackle plastic pollution? And I'll go through some competitions that you could do and some things that you need to be thinking about to help save the world, because at the end of the day, you guys are the future. The other thing is reading. I cannot advocate how important it is to read as a STEM student or as a science student, to just improve your vocabulary, your employability skills, your knowledge of science as a whole. Choose something that you're interested in and read. So there's a scientist journal called the Young Scientist Journal that you can subscribe to. We've got New Scientists. There's a lot of social media pages for any major science journal. So I have them on my phone. I download all the apps, and every morning, every single 5 minutes I get oh, I would really like to contribute to this research. So you can choose what degrees you want to do or where you want to go because you are well read. So please, please, if you are not already reading, start reading. It is a very, very important thing to have done. Okay, so in terms of what you can do at school, are there any questions at the moment? So just use your Q&A. Oh, thank you. I think everybody's smart, Maria. Everybody's absolutely smart. You just got to find what it is that you're good at or what you can do to actually improve your skills. I think smartness is a very vague thing. We can all find where we are. Particular books. So I would always recommend, I don't know if anybody has heard of 30-second series. So if you go on Amazon and you search in 30 seconds, you can find 30 seconds genetic diseases, 30 seconds biology, 30 second physics. I love physics, so I advocate that you read a lot. There's also something called The Theory of Everything, which is a general book. There's Thingy Explainer. There's so many. I will make up a list of good reads that are really quick, so that I will send those out to you after the conference. For competitions, Rachel, I will go through those after our first panelist, and I'll show you the websites and I'll talk you through how to make sure you put yourself in line to winning a competition, because that's something I have a lot of experience with. Oh, Young Scientists Journal is, if you just Google it, they have a Twitter account, they have an Instagram account, but you can also subscribe to the website as well. So I have ACS reactions. So can you see all the logos I've given you? So ASUP Science, they do like science in music. I subscribe to How It Works. Engineering Today is really, really good. What else? Microbiology Today, Physics Today, Any Science Today. There's a web page for it. How do you define STEM? That's a great question. STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. So basically everything. I think the understanding is some people think STEM is separate to the rest of all the subjects like creativity and all that and humanities, but STEM encompasses everything. Students that are good at STEM are aware of where they can get the skill set. So if you're doing a STEM project, you think, oh, I need an arty person, you get them involved. I need a programmer. I need someone that's good at speaking. Yes. So for instance, I've got some students, and I will get some of my students to send you their testimonials and what they've done. So for instance, right now I've got a student called Ray, and she wouldn't mind me mentioning it. I don't know if Ray's in the audience, but she did the BIEA competition and the team won the global competition. And she's now participating in a podcast, and she's running a podcast. So there's lots you can do. STEM can include medicine. Yes, STEM can give you the skills to then apply to do medicine. I'll talk about medicine in particular so that you can choose the right projects to do as well. Oh, what kind of activities? So my thing about STEM clubs is you tell me what you're interested in. You can do your club. Oh, I don't think there's ever such a thing. Everybody would be interested. The way you sell your club is the way you get the interest in. STEM includes astronomy. Yes, you can start an astronomy club as well. I've done that before. You can get a company to also lend you a telescope as well, like a mini telescope. So there's lots of opportunities there. Is there positive discrimination in STEM for women? I would say discrimination is something that exists, but it's what we do about it and the awareness that we raise that will really help with discrimination. Does STEM require business skills? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But again, use the people around you. Find someone that's good at business so that every single person can do something. STEM clubs online, yes. So I don't know if you've heard of Mark Rober, who did the whole squirrel. He's a former NASA scientist, engineer, and he did a squirrel sort of hurdle course or something like that. He's got a STEM club. I'll make a list for you. How do you get rewarded? Are you sure? You will find out in a minute. So we will talk through how you get rewarded. Would participation in STEM activities help aid with uni applications? Yes, they would. I will give you some experience of some students who it's really helped as well. How employable do you think science degrees are? Well, let's think about the COVID pandemic. Okay, and PMT will also answer that question, but think about the COVID pandemic. Without the COVID pandemic, without scientists, we would not have been able to map infection rate, map infection spread, wouldn't have been able to make sanitizer, wouldn't have been able to design vaccines. Without STEM, we wouldn't have been able to deal with the pandemic. Someone interested in STEM, what are the qualities? Question everything. If you have questions, ask them. That's the most important part. Question everything, be willing to get things wrong, be willing to learn from your mistakes, and make sure that you read. I will talk through some of the projects after our first panelist, so I'll talk through those. Oh, I like this interest. You're doing well, guys. Okay, so I need to now hand over to one of our panelists. So our first panelist, so I'll stop answering the questions and I will keep an eye and I'll type the answers up. So what we're going to have is our first panelist, who's going to be Samantha Fox, and she is a scientist and social entrepreneur from an organization called Youth STEM Award. Youth STEM Award are amazing. They do lots and lots of things. Sam, are you in? Are you ready to take over?
Hello, yes I am. I'll just unmute my video and...
Perfect.
Hopefully you can see me.
Yes. Fantastic. So I will stop sharing my screen and Samantha's going to take over and talk about Youth STEM. Welcome.
Thank you so much. It was absolutely fantastic to hear all these amazing questions that are coming through. I'm just going to start sharing my screen as I try and talk at the same time. Yeah, amazing that so many people are online and so many people are engaged and interested in STEM, and hopefully I can pick up on a few of the points that have been raised. So I just need to now share my screen. If I can manage to do that, close the chat. Oh, there I go. Oh, gosh, sorry. Show video. Okay. Can you still hear me? Share screen. Here we go. Okay. Right, so hopefully you can still hear me. So thank you very much for the intro. Yeah, my name's Samantha Fox. It's absolutely brilliant to be here for this event and tell you a little bit about the Youth STEM Award. I've been a scientist for 20 years and I co-founded the Youth STEM Award a few years ago now with Simon Fox, who's going to jump on in a few minutes and also say a few words. And I did that specifically because I was absolutely passionate about getting more young girls and women involved in science and STEM. I've had an amazing and interesting career as a scientist, travelled all over the world, been part of some fantastic projects. And I, as a young person at school, would have loved to have got involved with some of these STEM activities and done something like the STEM Award. And we saw a niche there, and hopefully you'll be interested to take part and find out more. It's a skills award and it's for students aged 13 to 19. And by skills awards, it means all of those things that we've been hearing about, they're great on their own, but if we can bring them together and give extra added value and legacy, whereby you get a medal, a certificate, and a capture of everything you've been doing, yes, it will absolutely help with your applications interview. Something like this. And one of our ambassadors, Maddie Moat, recently gave us this quote, and she said, if something like the YSA had been around when I was at school, I honestly think I'd have explored my passion for science sooner. Discovering it wouldn't just lead me down the stereotypical path of life in a white lab coat, but something that could be creative, social and full of adventure. Now, Maddie, you might have seen her, she's a TV presenter. She does a lot for inspiring and educating younger children. And as Maddie says, science isn't just working on your own in a lab in a white lab coat. It's very, very creative, and we need all kinds of people to get involved in STEM to solve the really big challenges of the future. And particularly people like Maddie, who are creative, really good communicators, maybe like drama. Maddie actually studied drama and she now communicates science. So taking part is really easy. It's basically you take and undertake STEM-based activities, and lots of all the activities that you've just been hearing about in school, like STEM clubs and all of those things, they count towards an award. You just have to undertake those activities, then figure out which of our 4 key strands they would fit into, or you can do that kind of at the same time, thinking about which activities you might want to do. And our 4 key strands are inspiring the next generation, developing your skills and knowledge, engaging the public and shaping your future. And those are sort of key areas that we think are really important for the next generation of STEM professionals to have. So you'll develop your communication skills, you'll become role models to younger children. Of course, you'll develop all those skills in STEM, and shaping your future, you'll be thinking about your careers, and hopefully you're thinking more broadly about what you might end up doing. We have an e-portfolio, which you'll log all those activities onto. So instead of just taking part in a STEM club after school, you'll do your STEM club and then you'll log your hours. So it's giving you that added value towards your long-term goals, and it's keeping a record of what you've done. And you can access that on your mobile or your laptop. And the key thing is that any activity that is STEM-based and is outside of the normal school curriculum could count towards an award. So as long as it involves at least one area of STEM, it has to be outside normal lessons, but lots of activities that you already do, or maybe you're thinking about doing, could count towards an award. And that could be online, at home, it could be those after school clubs, trips and visits when we're allowed to do them again, or of course online, you can do a virtual tour of a museum. Work experience is obviously a great one for shaping your future, and career days. And how about this today? You've turned up on a Saturday to do this event. This could be counting towards your Youth STEM Awards. So not only will you take away all the fantastic knowledge and networks and links, but you could be logging those hours towards your Youth STEM Award. So we have a great and really simple, easy to use e-portfolio that you'll be able to log everything you do on. And Simon is going to join us in a couple of minutes and give a quick demo of how that works. But just to say, it's super easy and a great way to keep track of everything you do. When you register, you'll also get a participant's handbook, which will also tell you more about the sort of activities that could count, to give you ideas, talk you through exactly how to log activities, and just give you a bit more of an overview of what it all involves. And we also make videos, and we have lots and lots on our social medias as well to help you get involved. So there are 3 levels that you could take part in. People normally start at bronze level, but you can obviously register for silver or gold. The good thing is you can take as long as you need to complete. This is all about encouraging people to do STEM activities and get interested in STEM and think more about their future. So it's more hours based rather than, you have to have the biggest brain in the world to take part. It's really just about encouraging and supporting and rewarding those activities and your time and your enthusiasm. So you can start with bronze award, but then you can upgrade to silver. If you've done really well and you found, gosh, this is really easy for me, I'm doing loads of stuff, I might as well just upgrade to silver. You can upgrade at any time. You can roll on to the next academic year, take as long as you need. With gold, it is quite, it's a big achievement to get that. It's quite a lot of commitment. There's a few smaller, tick box things you need to do, but just to say that's designed really for students in years 12 to 13. So how can you get involved? the first way you can get involved is through your school or college. So if you can talk to your school, if they're not already registered, they could sign up to run the award. And you could be part of a cohort with a teacher coordinator. So it works a bit like the Duke of Edinburgh's type award. So for that, there's a cost to take part for the school, which is £150. So I should say we are completely not-for-profit, very small organisation, not-for-profit, and we have sponsors which keep these costs as low as possible, but there is a small charge to get involved. And then you as an individual would pay from £12 per award, slightly higher for gold. The other way you can do it, and this might be really useful for people on this call, because you can take part from wherever you are in the world. And of course, it's all digital, so you can really take part wherever you are. You can take part as an independent candidate, which means you'll work independently towards your award, and you'll get support from us at YSAHQ to be your coordinator and support you through that process and moderate your activities. So there's a slightly higher charge, which is from £25. But for this special event, we have come up with a code, which is PMT10, which will give you 10% off, whether you're a school or an individual, if you give us an email and tell us that you're keen to get involved by the end of April. So we have a number of really high profile ambassadors that we partner with on this, and some of those you might recognise. They're respected STEM professionals, people who've presented the Royal Institution Christmas lectures. They're super science communicators, people like Maddie Moat and Marty Jopson, who is the BBC One show science guy. And they're inspirational role models, and these people are fantastic at they're on social media, and if you're getting involved, they'll support you and like you, and you can reach out to them. I know Professor Ben Carrad recently did a little Q&A with one of our participants who contacted him and said, look, I'd really like to interview you. So they're there, and they're there to help and raise the profile of what we're doing. We also work with some fantastic, very internationally respected centres of research and higher education, including University of East Anglia, the Wellcome Genome Campus, and the John Innes Centre, which is a really top Centre of Plant and Microbial Science, where I worked for many years. And we partner with one of the UK's largest public science festival. So obviously that's great. Big organisations, STEM employers are supporting it, but actually as a student, what's it like to take part? Well, I thought this was an interesting quote to share from one of our recent students who took part. And she said that as an aspiring medic, this has been a very positive experience for me. She's been able to log all of her activities, provide evidence for them and reflect on them, which she could use as part of her personal statement for university. And she would 100% recommend this to any student wanting to apply for a course in STEM, or even to further find out about STEM. And I think that just sums up what the value of the Youth STEM Award is to take part in as a student. So the key thing there is to just say, join our community. If you're on social media, follow us on Twitter, Instagram and Facebook. Find out what other students have been getting up to. Check out our website, which is ysawards.co.uk. And on there, if you scroll to the bottom, you can sign up for our newsletter, and you can also do a contact us and ping us an email or fill out the form. And if you put in PMT10 and say that you're keen to get involved, then we will talk to you about a bit more about how it works and sign you up if you're keen to get involved with. So hopefully Simon is on the call and ready to jump in. Yeah, I can see him there. Brilliant. So Simon, Dr. Simon Fox, is a really experienced and respected school leader. He was a head teacher of a secondary school for 5 years and is now a deputy principal of a sixth form college. He is also my husband, so we're in the same house, but he's downstairs, and he co-founded the award with me. In fact, it was really his brainchild, who really wanted to support girls in our region, which is a rural area, and support them initially to show them what amazing opportunities are out there for such young, talented girls. And he really did want to help make a difference. And I think having male allies on an event like this is really, really important, because we need everybody working together to support young people. So I'll stop my share, hand over to Simon, and hopefully answer some questions at the end.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Sam. Obviously, the thing I'm proudest of all of those is being married to Sam. Now, as Sam said, I've been in education for many years, nearly 20 now, and the Youth STEM Award kind of came out of a passion for science. So my PhD is in plant virology, and also for education. And those kind of two bits together kind of with a birth of the Youth STEM Award. And I think one of the other things, and I'm not sure we really touch on it today, but I'm sure it is something that some of you might be thinking about. Actually, teaching and being a teacher in STEM is also a important career route, and I'm sure that's something that some of you will be thinking. Don't forget that one either. I'm just going to pick up on a couple of the questions that have come in about the Youth STEM Award and about how you access it, just before I go on to showing you the e-portfolio and how that works. So there's a couple of different questions. There's some questions about who to contact. Some of you have already worked that out because I've had lots of emails beeping in already on my watch. I kind of keep seeing your names coming up, which is fantastic. If you do want to get involved, then please remember to quote the just so we can make sure that that gets applied. There's some questions about the price and the cost. Some of you might be doing Duke of Edinburgh, the Duke of Edinburgh Award, and there are some similarities in how this works. We think our e-portfolio is a bit more intuitive and a bit easier to use. Hopefully you'll find that. But in terms of its feel and the way that you log activities, there's lots of similarities. The price is also a bit cheaper, and there's some different reasons for that. But it works in very, very similar ways. So the price you pay, the cost is it for as long as it takes. So we've got students who've taken 2 years to do their bronze. We've got students who've taken 3 months. So that cost, whether you do it through your school or whether you do it independently, is it. That's the final charge. That lasts as long as it needs. If you need 5 years to do it, then that's all that you ever get asked for. And at the end, when you complete, you get your medal, you get the certificate, and hopefully by that time, we'll be in a place where we can do some physical end of year celebration events as well. A couple of people have asked about how the awards fit together. So you don't have to start with bronze. Again, because I'm based in schools, it's all about flexibility. So if you start on bronze and silver are the same price. If you start on bronze and then decide that it's going really well and you just want to upgrade, we just upgrade you for free. There's no other cost. We don't make you pay twice. And equally, if you want to upgrade to gold, you just pay the difference. So we never try and make you double pay for anything. Some participants love the medals so much, and hopefully Sam will have a medal to show you when she comes back on in a moment. Some people love it so much, they want all 3 medals. So they want the bronze and the silver and the gold. In that case, you have to log unique hours for each of them. So you complete the bronze, silver, then you complete the gold. It means you do about 300 hours of STEM activities, but we have got particularly independent participants who've done that. They have all 3 medals. They're very proud. Ben Garrett, actually, one of our ambassadors, is very proud of himself because he's done that. So, I mean, it's a bit unfair because he does like documentaries with David Attenborough. So it's really easy to log the hours, but we've let him off on that. So yeah, you can do all 3. If you just upgrade, you carry the hours through. So say you got 40 hours into your bronze and you felt that it was going really well and you wanted to go on and do silver. When we convert it, those hours just carry through. So those 40 hours just roll on and go into the next one. And at this time particularly, we're being really, really flexible in the hours that you do. In a normal time, there'd be some types of events that we might encourage you to take part in, but we know it's a bit different at the moment. So there's lots and lots of flexibility. There's a question about what set you have to be in. And again, I'm a teacher. That's my kind of core purpose in life. And we design this so that it's open to anybody. This isn't about how good your bit of work is or whether it meets a set of criteria. It's about whether you enjoyed it and whether it's to do with STEM. So you can log this conference, as Sam said, you can log watching Blue Planet or Perfect Planet or reading an Atul Gawande book or tutoring your brother or sister or a cousin or a nephew or a niece, or going to, when they start to happen again, going to a public engagement event at a library. So this isn't an EPQ, this isn't an arts award, this isn't something where there's a criteria that you're assessed against. This is entirely about you just recognizing that every STEM activity you do has a value. It's really interesting, when we talk to our ambassadors about what got them into STEM, they don't tend to say my A-level biology, and they don't tend to say my EPQ. What they tend to say is, most of them, watching David Attenborough documentaries. That's what got them into STEM, and that's what we should be recognizing and valuing. That's why we think an award like this is really important. So you can start at bronze, you can start at silver, you can start at gold. Homework doesn't count because that's directly tied to the curriculum. But if you do something with the homework, it does. So if you do a really interesting bit of homework and you send it to us to put it as a blog on our website, that counts. You can use those hours. If you do a really interesting bit of homework and then you turn it into a Twitter post or you share it at your STEM club, that counts. So classes, lessons, and homework are the only things that don't, but you can always extend out of them. And again, that's such a classic STEM activity, taking something at its heart, like a bit of research, and kind of spiraling out from that. It's really easy to kind of balance against everything else because you do so much within your lives already that will count hours, and suddenly you'll realize it becomes really, really easy to log those things. If you want to get your school involved, please give them our email address, and please pass on the presentation that I'm sure will be sent out to you at the end of the day. Ask them to get in touch. There's lots of information I can give them, and hopefully that will encourage them. Also, the 10% discount is open to schools as well. So if they sign up, then we do 10% on everything. So hopefully that is useful. If you're being tutored, if you're taking part in tutoring, you can include that because that's outside of the curriculum. As I said, working with younger siblings and family members and friends, supporting them in their maths and their science is a really, really great idea and a great way of getting involved. There's a couple of questions about what you can log, and I'll show you how to log in a second. But basically, if you sign up today, you can log anything back into the Easter holiday. Okay, because we're very mindful that lots of you will have done loads of great things over Easter, keeping yourselves occupied and taking part in activities. So you can log anything going back to the start of the Easter holiday. So that's fine, that's not a problem at all. And as we said, today would be a great way. The email is on the slides, and I'll get Sam to put it into, to put the slide back up on the screen when we finish, just before we leave. So don't worry about that, but it's hq@ysawards.co.uk. Okay, so we will make sure that we put that in the chat so that that can be seen by people. Okay, I'm gonna jump on and share my screen with you just so that we can start to see how it works. There's lots of other really interesting questions on there that are more linked in to kind of more wider questions about STEM. I'm sure they'll get picked up by other participants. There was one other one which was about the age limit. Now, the age limit for you to individually consent is 13, because that's the way that consent works with GDPR and data protection. If you're younger than 13 and you want to take part, you just need to get a parent to get in touch with us. They effectively sign up on your behalf, and then you take part in exactly the same way. So if you just want to do it yourself, then you can be the contact point with us. If you're under 13, your parent or guardian or carer will need to sign up for you. If you're over 13, you want your parent, guardian or carer to get in touch with us, that's fine as well. However you want to do it, that's we want to make sure that it's easy for you to get involved. We've that taking part and using it is a brilliant way of boosting your application. So I also do UCAS references. I write references and I support students with UCAS applications, particularly for medicine and science. And lots of students in my college have included that in their personal statement. And we've also had participants who've got really, really kind of renowned apprenticeships by using their portfolio as evidence of all the work they've done. Someone's asked about turning 19. You can do this until you're 25. You can do this at university if you wish to. So if you love it and you want to keep going and you find you've left school or carried on, you can carry on doing it. We've started increasing that age because we've had participants who've taken part, really want to do gold, but have got to the end of A levels, got to the end of their sixth form college or their FE college and want to carry on. So I'm going to share my screen. There's also a question about being homeschooled. And that's fine. So anything outside of your normal homeschooling can count. And if you enter the USTEM award with your school, just your school activities, it's absolutely everything that you do. So yes, log your school activities, but also log the TV program that you watch in the evening, log Inside Science when you listen to that on Radio 4, log flicking through the podcasts and the articles, everything like that goes on top of it. Okay, right, I'm going to share my screen and show you the e-portfolio. And we'll come back to the questions just at the end. So hopefully you can see that screen now. So this is Sam's account. So Sam is working towards her bronze award at the moment. And when you log on, the first thing that you'll see is how far you are through the award. So it kind of gives you a really instant flag up of where you are in your journey. Now, one of the things that we've included here, just underneath the percentage, are the STEM icons. And as Sam said, we include medicine very explicitly. We think STEM should be double M because the medicine routes and what you need to do to prepare for medical school and that route is very, very specific. We think you should be focusing on that from really when you get into secondary school. Now, the colour, the darkness of those logos tells you how many of that activity type you've done. So the lightest one here is maths, and that means that in the activities that Sam has logged, that's the fewest areas that she's kind of logged as an activity. So she's logged lots of science and technology and medicine activities because they're the darkest blue, but she hasn't logged as many maths activities. Now, the reason we did that was to help you as an individual recognize where you might have some gaps in your experience. So that if you log on and you see that you want to go into medicine, but you've not done very many medicine activities, it's like a little nudge for you to concentrate on that area. Underneath that, you can see the 4 strands. Now, that's very like Duke of Edinburgh in that it's got these separate areas and you're working towards those, but there's lots of overlap across them. So you might do an activity which has hours in each of those different areas. So today really is about shaping your future. It's about thinking about the future you might have in STEM. So in a second, I'll show you how to log today's activity. But you might also, out of this, go away and look at a podcast or an article that was recommended, and that might go into developing your skills and knowledge. So in each of those areas, you can look and see what you've already logged. So Sam has logged a talk, both writing one and giving one. And there's also a checklist just to remind you of some of the things that you might want to do within that area. Underneath that, there's some badges. So we have got badges as you log things, as you record different milestones, you'll get digital badges. So you can see Sam might want to focus on making sure she's logged through maths activities because she hasn't at the moment. And that just gives you a little bit of a nudge towards certain elements of it. There's an area where you can see lots of opportunities that are available. So all of our partner organisations can log activities and you can access those. You can click into those and you can see what's going on. And your school or college, if it takes part, can log their activities as well. So it's a really great way for a school to structure their whole STEM provision, and you can target these things as well. So you can target activities and opportunities at particular groups of students. So we think that's a really great little way that you can explore some different tasks and activities and opportunities that you might not be aware of. There is a messaging structure in here. If you sign up as an independent candidate, that's one of the ways we'll communicate with you and you can communicate with us. And then at the bottom, you can actually export your whole e-portfolio as a PDF. So if you are going for a job, if you're going for an apprenticeship, if you're applying for a university place, this is a great place to start. It allows you to put your personal statement in here, a short introduction, and you can choose what information you want to be printed out on your PDF. When you click save and download, it gives you a savable PDF, and you can use that as your starting point. You can include it in your CV, in a portfolio. And really, this is the whole idea, that this becomes a way of recognizing all of the activities you've done over your whole journey. And it means you don't forget about them. You don't forget what you did and what mattered and why it mattered. So we think that's a really, really nice little extra bonus. So let's imagine we were logging today's activities. We think that it's basically shaping your future because the day is about thinking about where you're heading in the STEM world. So you choose an activity title. So today is the conference. Now, if the provider is one of our partners, then we'll actually be able to pick their name from this list. If they aren't, then you just click other. And you can write underneath who the provider is. So there we go. Now, if you were doing something at home, you could just put home there. You could put home, you could put Natural History Museum, you could put Radio 4, whoever it was. You then write a brief description. Now, this is the place where you can say what you've done and what you've learned. So obviously we've attended the conference, heard from lots of STEM professionals, really thought about the activities that will help STEM. Now, obviously, you can put a little bit more detail into that than I've got time for. Why might you put some detail in there? Well, what's going to happen when we finish creating this activity is we're going to send it to our coordinator. Now, if you sign up with your school or college, your coordinator will be someone at your school. If you sign up independently, then it will be us. We will coordinate, we'll support you, we'll help encourage you to do different activities, and we'll review and moderate your activities when you submit them. So how many hours? Well, let's imagine that you're going to do the whole day today, and I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't, because it's a fantastic opportunity with loads of great speakers. So we're going to put 5 hours down. Today's date is the 17th. And actually, there's a bit of everything today. If you've looked at the agenda, you'll know there's loads of fantastic speakers exploring all the areas of STEM. But if there weren't, you would leave one of those, great. You just choose the areas you think are covered off. Now, you can also upload evidence. Now, this is really important because it helps prove that you did the thing. It could be a screenshot. You could take a screenshot now of this page, and you could submit that as a picture file. You could upload a short summary, a blog. You could upload a Twitter post. You could upload a video. You could upload a picture of you at the Natural History Museum or at the Science Museum or at your local science centre. Whatever it is, that can go in there. You can also add links. So if you create a website or you have a blog or you have a Twitter feed, you can put the link in there and that will be a piece of evidence that your coordinator can look at. When we're ready, we click submit. And then it asks us for our assessor name and address. Now, here's a really clever thing, because although we might be coordinating for you, someone else might be best placed to say, yes, you did this activity. So let's say you were doing some conservation work for a local wildlife trust. You might put the name and the email address of the person at that wildlife trust. They then get an email, and all it is a one-time link. They click on, they confirm you did the activity, and that's it. If there isn't anyone you can ask, so let's say you watched a TV program and you learned something about climate change, you would just choose your coordinator. Okay, so you click use my coordinator details, which means that your coordinator, either college or one of us, would then get to assess and moderate. And that's it. It's done, it's submitted, it's gone off. And if I logged on now onto my account, then I'd be able to see that and I'd be able to sign it off, and it would then appear as a approved activity. So you can see now we've got the pending assessment here. We've got one that I declined for Sam because there wasn't enough detail in it. And here are the approved activities at the bottom. And you can see how much time, you can see which STEM areas, and you can see whether there's any attached files. So you've always got a record of where you are, and for each of the areas, a record of where you are as well. Okay, I think that's probably enough on that. In terms of teachers and coordinators, if there are any teachers out there, you get a coordinator account. It's a different dashboard. You can see all of your students. You can see how far they are through it. There's some really exciting live stats, so you can see what activities your students have done. You can break it down by gender and year group and provider. And so there's some other little bits that coordinators get. And a coordinator also obviously is able to moderate and to sign off whole awards as well. So I'll stop sharing my screen. I don't know if Sam wants to jump back on as well, and we can just go through a few more of the questions.
Yeah, great to see some more questions coming through. And I just thought I'd pick up on one thing, medal. So here we go. Here we have a silver medal, and that is a nice weighty thing to have. God, I've also got bronze.
Just to clarify, it's not actually silver.
Well,
it's high quality silver.
£12 can only go so far, Simon. Have you seen the price of silver at the moment? But no, it's very nice. And if we did have in-person events, you'd get presented this maybe by one of our fantastic ambassadors. I feel a bit cheating putting it on, as I haven't yet completed my
We'll let you off. We'll let you off. There's a couple of questions about creating an account. And basically, if you email the email address, hq@ysAwards.co.uk, then we will send you some information because we're both in education. Sam's done loads of outreach, and we're very mindful of making sure that everything is very transparent. We will send you some more information just to make sure you're absolutely happy and you know what you're signing up for, and we'll then ask you to complete an enrolment form. You complete the enrolment form, we get you started straight away. There are different ways you can pay, so there's PayPal or there's bank transfer, and then that's it. You're logged on. We don't wait for you to kind of go through any other process. That's it. We create your account then, and as soon as you get an email, you then create your profile. And it's very, very quick, very easy. And the payment method, as I just said, is either PayPal or bank transfer. You can send a check if that's what you prefer to do. Medals, they get sent whether you're inside or outside the UK, there's no problem. We've had a school in Italy taking part. We've had a school in China taking part. So there's no issue with getting those sent out. And obviously, because it is digital, it's really accessible as well. I don't know, Sam, if there's any other questions you wanted?
Yeah, I noticed a few coming through asking about whether the participants would have to cover all the STEM areas. And I know that it's different between bronze, silver and gold. So I don't know if you just want to clarify.
Yeah, so basically we ask that you do touch base on all the STEM areas. But as you go through into gold, you're going to spend a lot more time probably in one or two of those, because you're going to be much more focused on those areas. You're going to know which direction you're heading into. So for bronze, it doesn't have to be any more than one activity. So as long as you've done a bit of each of those STEM areas in each of those 4 threads, then that's what we ask you to do. So basically today, just by attending this conference, you've done all 5 STEM areas. That's it. And almost got your 10 hours. You're halfway there. So yeah, we do encourage that. And actually, I mean, we've heard from just the 3 of us who've spoken so far, and we've all done different things in STEM in our careers already. This idea that you'll do one thing and that will be it. You'll just do research, or you'll just be a teacher, or you'll just be into outreach, or you'll just run a youth STEM award organisation. That's really old fashioned now. It's really about exploring the whole of the STEM world, I think. There's lots of questions, a couple of questions about classifying the activity and how you log it. Basically, you log the activity as one of the 4 threads. So it's either shaping your future, or developing skills or knowledge, or inspiring the next generation, or engaging the public. And within that, you can tag as many of the STEM areas as you want. Now, engaging the public is things like getting out the world of social media and encouraging other people to love STEM. It might be helping out an open evening, because they will start to happen again in schools and colleges now we're opening up. So in the autumn, during open evening season, it's kind of talking to the public about STEM and getting involved. And we can give you lots more ideas as well if you want to.
Can I just mention as well about the social media, and please use the hashtag Youth STEM Award and tag us in. We really love sharing the activities that you've been doing and shouting out. And Simon briefly mentioned that we have a blog on our website. So if you have done an activity or even this event, why not think, actually, I'd like to talk about this event, write a blog about what the day involved, which areas interested you, and maybe share some of the great links that have been provided to other young people. And I think it's really powerful. You know, young people really want to hear from other young people, and the message is so powerful when it comes from you as a young person, as a role model. So if you want to get in touch with us and write something up, please do email us. I mean, come and register as well, but you can just tag us in on the socials with hashtag Youth STEM Award. We're doing a hashtag Youth STEM April challenge at the moment, challenging young people to log, well, schools to log 30 activities in April per school or college, and for the YSA independent candidates, you're grouped together in YSA Academy, and there's a prize, STEM prize draw there for if you as a group, as a cohort, for every 30 activities logged, we'll be providing a prize. So yes, please do get in touch, and I think lots of you already have been reaching out on social media, which is great.
Just picking up a few more questions, trying to get through as many as possible before we run out of time. Someone's asked about creating a STEM club at school, and does that count for engaging the public? Absolutely, yeah, you could include that for engaging the public, or you could include it for inspiring the next generation. Either of those would be absolutely valid, and also it'd be about what you did with that. So if as a STEM club, you created posters to go up around the school, if you produced materials to go to your local primary school or a local secondary school, if you're a sixth form student, all of that can then generate more hours. And that's the whole beauty of STEM. Everything you do generates something else. There's a couple of people just checking in on the cost, because obviously you might have missed the start of this. So for independent candidates, bronze and silver are both £25, gold is 40. As Sam said, there's that 10% discount for those of you who've come along today and got involved in the conference. So please just quote that PMT10 when you email us. You can go straight into gold if you want to, but you don't have to. I mean, you can start on bronze. If you love it, then you can upgrade and you just pay the difference, basically. So as a way to try it out and test it, that might be a good idea, but ultimately it's up to you, and we'll support you to do that really in regards to whichever route you want to take. In terms of that, how it's displayed on the PDF, they're displayed linearly, so it's by area and your activities will be there. You can choose how much information you want for each of those areas. And that's fairly flexible, so you can really personalize that in terms of how you want to present that and how you want to use it. There's a question about EPQ. So EPQ, that's a really good question. EPQ is a fantastic qualification if you're lucky enough to have that at your school or college. You can use a number of hours from your EPQ. So that's all on the e-portfolio. You can have a look at that and check those details, but you can use a really big chunk of hours from the EPQ. Because we don't have UCAS points attached, we're like the Duke of Edinburgh, that means that you can double count. So you can use your EPQ hours towards the STEM award as well. And indeed, you can use your Duke of Edinburgh hours. So if you are volunteering for your Duke of Edinburgh award in conservation, you can log those hours for your STEM award as well. So you get a double win, basically. And that's one of the reasons we've decided not to go down the accreditation UCAS route, because it allows you to be really flexible in what you log. And it also means that you can count things more than once. And really what we want you to do with this is use it to celebrate everything that you're doing instead. That is the idea.
Can I just jump in, as there's been a few questions about support and asking questions, what if there's problems? So whether you do it as part of your school cohort or you do it as an independent candidate, you will get that support. So if you do it as part of your school, a school or college cohort, your teacher, your coordinator will be there to support you and will be supporting them, providing that training. If you do it as an independent candidate, we are there to support you. So we have that messaging system through the portfolio, so everything's secure, so we can give you the support that you need. It's actually really straightforward to do, but there are sometimes questions, and essentially you can log an activity, and as Simon showed you, it might be declined, but we'll tell you why. We'll say you haven't put enough evidence, or we don't think this counts as STEM, or it just might be we think you've put it in the wrong category. So yes, there's support there. Another question, how far in time can you go back? Oh, I think we've done that. You said back to Easter holidays, didn't you? Simon.
Yes, so back to Easter, and there's a couple of other questions around types of that. So presentations are fine, economics counts, computer science, anything that ties into science, technology, engineering, maths or medicine counts. And it is very, very flexible. This is to celebrate and positively reinforce everything you do. This is not to try and kind of catch you out or to say, well, that doesn't really count. This is really about celebrating all the stuff you do. And I have to say that some of the very best portfolios are done by independent candidates because they are the most driven and the most passionate about what they're doing. And some of the things that we see, we've got a blog up at the moment, and it's in our most recent newsletter, which someone can share the link for in chat. There's a young chap who's taking part, and he's out of all the work that he's doing and all, like, really being driven to get all of this STEM stuff going. He's creating an app which is going to connect young people and the elderly in terms of technological support, and it's amazing to read some of the stuff that is going on out there.
Gosh, it absolutely is. I'll put that link in the chat shortly to the newsletter. And in that newsletter, it comes out once a month, and we basically share what's going on behind the scenes. We might share a blog of what some students have been getting up to. We always share most engaged school or college of the month. And maybe next month it will be YSA Independent, the YSA Academy group, because I definitely think that some of you guys are going to be interested to get involved, which is amazing. Yeah, our independent candidates, literally, I just feel like these young people are going to be changing the world, and it's such a privilege to do this. It really, really is, to give young people just this opportunity to, you know, just to bring together everything they're doing and showcase it in this way is just why we do this. And it is a real privilege. And I really think some of them are going to be ruling the world, you know, running the country in a few years' time.
Just going to run through a couple of final quick questions. I'm sure we're nearly out of time.
Yeah.
There's a question about extra revision and support sessions after school or college, and that's fine. That's not your main curriculum time. So if you're doing those, that's absolutely fine to count. There's a question about if you finish silver and get an award and want to move on to gold, that is then starting again. So that's where you need to make that decision. If you want the silver medal and the certificate, then that's great. Then you will pay again for gold, or you pay the difference and carry the hours through and go up into the gold award. So that's absolutely your choice. Some questions about time. We've said you can take as long as you want. The rough time, actually, independent candidates tend to be a bit quicker as well. Independent candidates who've completed bronze in about 2 months. But we've also had independent candidates who've taken a year. Silver tends to take a little bit longer. Probably 6 months is the quickest that you might do it if you're doing lots of other things as well. But if you were really focused, you could do it faster. Gold is going to be kind of 9 months, maybe to a year. But it'd be very much dependent on you. And how much you're doing. Reading counts, watching TV counts. If it's a STEM show, listening to the radio and podcasts count. Question about how you get inspiring hours. Well, working with younger students, working with younger siblings, producing materials that younger people can use, writing a blog to inspire the next generation. Sam's probably got other ideas as well.
Well, I was really impressed by one of the activities that I saw recently, whereby one of the students was giving Saturday morning Zoom science lessons to her younger relatives. So she was based in the UK, I think in Cambridge, and her relatives are in the Philippines. So the amazing thing about the technology that we have now, i.e. this Zoom technology, is you're not limited to doing it with someone in your household. Right now, you could be doing it with friends or family members anywhere else in the world. So and that's amazing, isn't it? I just thought that was a fantastic thing that she was able to connect with those younger siblings and give them Zoom lessons on space and the universe. So again, what would you do for your STEM award, or whatever interests you? So start off with something that you're interested in. And coming back to those at the very start of this session, Miss Banda, what is STEM? And well, STEM is all around us. Everything we use, everything we touch, see, eat, everything involves STEM in some way or another. Whether it's the agriculture and technology involved in producing our food, whether it's the TV programs we're watching, our phones in our pockets, STEM is everywhere. And it takes, you know, especially as we go in the future with digital skills, getting young people to think more about STEM and careers in STEM is so important for all of us. But of course, for you as an individual, to just give you the options to have whatever career, whatever options, whatever many careers you want to have for the future. So I saw, you know, some of the earlier questions are about why, you know, would it help you? Absolutely, it's going to help you. Whatever activity you do in STEM is going to help you on your, you have to have something to write on your application letter. But doing the Youth STEM Award, to bring it all together, it adds value. So instead of just a one-off activity, I mean, that's what drove us to found this. In fact, it was because at my in my role as a scientist, I was putting a lot of effort into creating outreach opportunities with my institute. So we'd have people in to visit, or we'd do a work experience, or we'd do a STEM day for girls, just like this, which I founded. But we wanted to make sure that after this day, so after this event, you know, hopefully you've been inspired or just interested, or something might have piqued your interest today, and that's great. But what happens tomorrow, next week, next month, in 6 months' time, by logging it to your e-portfolio and maybe just having that little encouragement to go and find out a bit more about one of the topics, that has huge value to you. And I can absolutely tell you what people are looking for, you know, to get on the best courses or the best training courses at best universities for the best jobs, are young people who show initiative and commitment. And it isn't necessarily the ones who have absolutely the best qualifications or the highest grades. Obviously they're important, but it's about people who can develop those other skills around it and talk about what they've done, whether in person or written, and develop and using our framework to just develop those other skills in communication. I mean, actually, communication is probably one of the most undervalued skills out there for whatever career you go in, even if STEM necessarily doesn't end up being for you, or you're not sure that it is for you. Doing a STEM award to just explore that and develop your communication skills, because you have to fulfill that criteria, is going to be hugely valuable for you. So developing those written communication skills. Maybe you're interested in drama and creativity and you fancy doing some video blogs or creating a YouTube channel with a cohort of students for educational YouTube, something like where Maddie started and is now hugely successful. This can be really useful for you. And I think it's really important. I know we've talked about the cost and everything to get involved. Just if you weren't here at the beginning, our organisation, Youth STEM Award, is a community interest company, and it's completely not for profit. It's a social enterprise we set up to support young people, and we're absolutely committed to do that. And celebrating success has always been what we've been about. And, you know, I wanted to create something that young people could feel proud of and be celebrated and get their families involved. So we all know about, you know, the celebration events at school where people who are great at sports, you know, they go up and they get their medals. Why was there nothing like that for science? Why was there nothing like that for STEM? And this award fits that criteria perfectly. And it's not just about a one-off project. There are lots of other things and events that you can do that fit into the Youth STEM Award. It's really the umbrella that ties everything together. So I think we probably need to be coming to the end of our session. Thank you so much for all the questions. We'll stay online for a few minutes afterwards. I don't know if, do you want to say anything, Simon, just to finish up?
Well, we'll type some answers into the Q&A just so that people hopefully can see some responses to their questions. They'll appear in the answered section. So hopefully that'll be helpful. And please do just get in touch. And as Sam said, really, it is very much about trying to make sure more of you end up in the STEM workforce. It is incredibly important, and from what we've seen today so far, I think there's going to be lots and lots of you doing that in the future. So thank you ever so much, and thank you to PMC Education for working with us and supporting what we're doing, and it looks like a great rest of the day.
Great, thank you so much, Sam and Simon, for doing that session for us. Well done for all the questions. I can see lots and lots of questions. Now, what I'm going to do next, which fits some of the questions already, is I'm going to go through some extracurricular activities, and I'll give you examples of projects I've done with students, because you might find that you don't have anything that comes to mind that you could do if you wanted to do a Youth STEM Award. But once I give you some little ideas, you think, oh, I can actually do this, because it could be absolutely anything. So I'm going to go through some other opportunities as well as projects that you can do as well whilst you're in school. So the key thing is choose your area of interest. And I'm really passionate about making sure that students understand that if you can make a change in this world, if you can do good in this world and help another person, then you will succeed. So make sure what you look at, okay, so what does being good at this look like? Look for examples of people that have done it. And there's lots of testimonials online, and I'll send you some links as well. If you are thinking of doing a project, the first thing you should always do is check if it's already been done, because what you wouldn't want to do is to plagiarize. Now, if it's already been done, but you've got a way of improving that idea, that's absolutely fine. And then the next bit is plan. one of the key things I notice as a science teacher is every time you give students an activity and say, I would like you to think about how you would design a new app, and students just start designing the app. Any successful STEM person in any career has to always plan before they roll out anything. So make sure you understand that part of doing STEM projects in STEM clubs or in any extracurricular activities needs planning. And then the next thing is sticking to deadlines. So I noticed some of the questions were, oh, what if you run out of time, and how do you manage your time? One of the key things is you need to look at something called SMART targets, which is something that's very specific. What is it you want to achieve? When do you want to achieve it by? What do you need to achieve that thing, and how can you make sure you stay on track? Now, if you run out of time, that's not really a big deal. It's what you do about that that's absolutely important. And make sure you ask for help. So I'm going to go through another award called a CREST Award, and I'll go through several examples of things you could do to enhance your extracurricular provision, whether you're at home or at school. So I'm going to go through a CREST Award for a few minutes. And then I will allow you to ask questions. If you can let me finish doing the CREST Awards, then I can focus on the questions, and then you could ask as well. Okay, so we're just going to go through and look at CREST Awards. Can I just confirm everybody can still see my screen? So can you see that it's gone to the CREST Awards, or do I need to change share? Okay, Sam, could you just confirm for me that we can see the screen?
We can, yes. Yeah, we can.
Perfect. Is it on the CREST Awards website? Yeah.
It's not on the CREST Awards website. It's still on your PowerPoint slide.
Perfect. Okay, I'll just change my sharing because I shared a window. That's why. Okay, so I've gone to a website called CREST Awards, and if you are near a computer right now, this is probably your best website if you're looking for ideas for projects. So like the Youth STEM Award, and if you do a CREST Award, it could count towards a Youth STEM Award as well, so you can get 2 awards at the same time. Like the Youth STEM Award, it's categorized as bronze, silver, and gold. Normally bronze is 11 plus, silver is 14 plus, just because it's quite intensive to do a silver award, and a gold award is definitely the best of the best. You are coming up with a new invention to get the gold awards. But I know it says 16 plus. I had a year 7 student 5 years ago that came up with a fertilizer made out of coffee beans. And what they did was they went into all Marks and Spencer's, they collected all their coffee waste from the coffee machines. They then turned that into a fertilizer. They then tested it on potato plants. So our lab was covered in potato plants, and they did statistical testing, and they were in year 7. So yes, it says 16 plus for a gold award, but if you are that driven and that interested, you can get any of these awards. If it seems too daunting, start at a bronze award. Same thing with like the Youth STEM Award. If it's too easy, if bronze is too easy, move on to silver, and so on. But for a gold award, you'd need to really do proper research. Now, the more important thing about this website is it's got ideas what you can do. So if you scroll down, it's got little booklets of different projects that you could do that could gain you a CREST award. So for instance, if you came up with a perfect bath bomb and you did the investigation, and when you click on each of these, they give you the criteria they want and what you can do as well. And these, I would say, if you want to do a Youth STEM Award, you could get some ideas from here as well, that will help you with your Youth STEM Award if you're stuck. There's random things like the perfect cup of tea, and then someone would be like, why would I want to know about a perfect cup of tea? But that could be an experiment into thermal energy transfer. This could link into your curriculum. It could help your GCSE or your A levels, but it could also get you the experience that you want to enhance your CV. There's loads. What makes bread rise? So for instance, for us at my school, what we do is we get these CREST awards and we put them as part of the curriculum, and everybody gets a CREST award. The other thing I want to stress as well is there was some questions about cost. If you talk to your schools, if you want to get a Youth STEM Award or a CREST Award, whichever it is that you want to get, if you talk to your school, there's probably a fund that can help you get the award, but you won't know until you've asked. So send an email to your head of science or your head of year or a deputy head, and it's worth sending that email. Even if you don't get a reply, it's worth sending it, or go and speak to them in person, because they might be a fund. They could ask the PTA to help with any awards. So don't think that money should always hinder you from doing something. Go and ask if there's any support that you can get if you can't afford to pay for the awards. So going on, you've got silver level, and these become a lot more detailed. So for instance, I did a project on artificial intelligence with a group of students, and they actually looked at coding a new AI. And one of the students that won the next thing I'm going to talk about, called a Big Bang Fair Competition Award, actually came up with a new facial recognition app for old people. So it recognizes the difference between age groups, and it just enables older people to access doorbells and things like that, and make sure that they're protected as well. So there are lots and lots of opportunities. So CREST Awards, there's a whole bank. And you just have to go to the websites and look at the library, and you can get ideas. You might also not want to do a full project. You might just want to read about it because they give you reference points. Also, remember that STEM is about everything. So you could do a cosmetology club. Making lip balms takes 2 seconds. Making bath bombs takes 2 seconds. You could then code something simple, like could you code a robot to automatically water plants? That's something that is nice and easy to start you off, and then you can develop your skills. Always look for the challenge though. So when you do something, if it's too easy, find something harder, because learning is important. And when you go to universities or college or higher education of any sort, being willing to learn is a really important skill to have. So that's CREST Awards. Are there any questions about CREST Awards so far? So I can move on to the next one. Attica, if you start a CREST Award or a Youth STEM Award and you change occupation, you could just change your provider. So for instance, if you change your coordinator and tell Youth STEM Award or CREST Award that you've changed provider, that you can just carry it on. I still get emails from my former students in my former schools that are moving on to gold or bronze, and because they're used to me, I then inform their teachers, and they're like, and I'll tell them where they ended as well. What are the requirements for the gold? A gold is a big research project. So you've got to have a question you want to answer. You've got to be willing to do the research. You've got to be willing to find companies that will test it. So one of my former gold students designed a new mosquito repellent that went on to win quite a lot of awards. And that project is now in its clinical stages. And what they did is they contacted the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine to test it. And basically they designed a body butter, because a body butter doesn't exist at the moment for tropical countries that is both a body butter and a mosquito repellent. You buy mosquito repellents as a separate thing. So a group of year 11s 7 years ago decided that they wanted something cheap and easy, and body butter is one of the cheapest things you can make, especially in the third world where malaria is a big deal. What advice would I give to fellow students? I would say, don't let anything hinder you. So don't look for excuses until you've tried something. So always think, I'm interested in this, let me try it. If it doesn't work, move on to something else. But don't find barriers to you succeeding before you actually experience something. Is STEM useful for science A-levels? Yes. One of the key things that doing like a Youth STEM Award or a CREST Award is that it will teach you the research skills. So for instance, I teach A-level biology chemistry, and I'm going to be doing physics next year as well. If you are doing A-levels, one of the key things is those exam questions will be application based. So for instance, the mosquito repellent example I've just told you, it actually works on fractional distillation, but at A-level stage. And when those students did their chemistry A-level, they knew everything about distillation up to A-level standard, and they were in year 11. So when they went on to do A-levels, they went to another school. They then sent me an email and said, Miss, oh my God, everything that we're doing now, we did when we were in year 11. So they were better prepared. You can do CREST awards independently. They don't have to be done at home. You can do those independently. Yes, CREST awards can be done. If you're at the end of year 11, you can do a CREST award at any time. I would say if you're at the end of year 11, if you talk to your school, they will be looking for something year 11s can do once your assessments are over in a few weeks. So a CREST award is something you can do because they'll want you to do something. Yes, so you can switch from silver to gold because you pay for it right at the end as well. No, I wouldn't say year 12 is too late to start. I would say year 12 is I would say if you're year 12, start looking at silver, but if you find that too difficult, look at bronze as well. So one of the key things, like I said, contact your school. If you're interested in running, like getting your school to run youth STEM awards and CREST awards, and I think it's important to run both, contact your school, because as long as you are willing to put in the hours because you are interested, your school will find someone that will support you. Your school has got a school council as well. Any other questions? So activities could be anything. So like yes, so you can do CREST awards, or you can do as a group. It doesn't matter how many are in your group. There's a portfolio you fill in. So if you go to the top of each award system, there's a profile form and it asks how many people are taking part. So you can do that as many as you want. What I would say is there's a reflection part. Each student needs to be able to reflect on what you've done. I would also encourage that if you're going to do CREST awards, maybe do one with the group, but also do an independent one so that you can gain the skill of both being independent and working as part of a team. So minimum for bronze, it's a minimum of an hour to 10 hours. Silver's 30 hours, gold is 70 hours minimum. But don't underestimate how quickly time goes by. I mean, doesn't go by, it's the same time, but 30 hours is nothing. If you're doing something every day and you're planning with your team, that still counts. And by the way, for silver, it doesn't have to be a research project that you do a practical with. I had a sixth form student in year 13, 3 years ago, that did an article. She researched the development of vaccines and she got a silver because she spent that long doing it. So if you're doing an EPQ can get a CREST award, or it can be entered for a STEM project, provided the EPQ assessment comes first as well. So you have to contact the EPQ provider to allow you to transfer an EPQ over. Yes, so I would say Ivy League colleges are about experience and doing other things and alternative things, and this is something. So for instance, I'm interested in how diet could affect genetics. So because I teach epigenetics, I'm interested in finding out whether over time certain things in your diet could change your genome. And that's something that I'm just interested in. So I keep reading about it. And if I was to go back to uni, which I will do because I love research, I would go and do that and study that. So Ivy League colleges are about you as a well-rounded person. So you need to be able to do multiple things that take a lot of skills as well. Okay, any other questions? Could coursework count as a GCSE coursework element? Yes. So for instance, if you do DT, your DT project, if you then filled in a CREST portfolio, your DT project, as long as you've investigated something after you've done the DT project, you can then convert that into a CREST award. So bronze is £5. It might go up very soon. Bronze is £5, silver is £10, gold is £20, but that's per student. So if you're doing it as a group of 4, that would be £20 per student. But like I said, for Crest Award, they also offer schools grants. So your school could apply for a grant as well. It's run by the British Science Association. For silver, can you do more than one project to complete the 30 hours? No, because you have to have a research question. So if it has to be one research question with sub questions. So you can, is it something you have to start now? No, so if you've done STEM projects in the past and you've got the data, then you can submit that for a Crest Award. However, I would always encourage you to check if someone has already submitted that already, because you can't submit something that has already been done. You can do it independently, yes. There's a home learning section on the Crest Award website. What are the benefits of having a Crest Award? So I'll tell you a story. So I have 4 students, again, the ones that designed a mosquito repellent, one's going to do medicine, one's done apprenticeship in engineering, one's gone into business, and the other one's going to Imperial College. And all of them, the one thing when they went to their interviews, the one thing the interviewees were most interested in was their STEM stuff. So they all emailed me and said, oh, the minute I said, I've done a Crest Award and this was my Crest Award, they were so interested in that. So number one, it gives you so much to write about for your personal statements. Number 2, it gives you research skills, problem solving skills for your GCSEs or A-levels. It enables you to be able to do those application questions because you've learned to think, and that's the most difficult thing to do, is can you solve a problem if it's a new situation? Can you apply what you've learned in class to a STEM project or to a question beyond the curriculum? So that's where this really, really helps. And again, anything that really helps, if we say it really helps, you just copying someone else's work will not help. You have to do the work. You have to show evidence that you're doing the work as well so that you can articulate it. So for instance, some of the year 12s that are here today, we did a heart dissection and we dissected an ox's heart a few weeks ago. And they then, 2 of them then went and taught the year 10s parts of the heart. And it's that sort of skill. They've learned that communication skill and they've gone and passed it on and they're practicing what they've learned. And they could also judge their learning as well. And that's all because they've been taking part in STEM and they're confident enough to go and take part. But also they've learned the skill of communication. And as Sam said, communication is absolutely important. It's a really important skill to have. Right, okay, so I'm going to have to pause us there. We are going to go for a short break. We will be back at 10:50, so that we can have a short break. And after that, I'll show you some other ideas and then we'll have our next session. So I will see you all here at 10:50. Yes, I'll see if we can send the sessions over afterwards to get you to watch them again. Okay, so I'll see you at 10:50. See you soon. A few more people joining. I've been reading through your questions. There's lots and lots of questions, so I'll try and go through some of the key ones that I missed out before we introduce our next session as well. I'll just wait a minute just to build up the numbers because people are returning. Right, okay, so I just want to clarify some things. So there was questions about work-life balance. So some of them was, so one of the questions was, how can I balance doing things like Crest Awards or Youth STEM Award with my schoolwork? And what I would say to you is one of the key skills that's important to learn is how to manage your time and not allowing things to overwhelm you. And the only way you can do that, and my students would tell you that I tell them this a lot, is avoid procrastination. So I don't know if you're familiar with sitting with your friends and all you talk about is how much you've got to do, as opposed to actually starting to do it. And once you get rid of procrastination, you will find that you will have a lot more time available. The good thing about things like Crest Awards, yes, and Youth STEM Award, yes, a bronze award is supposed to take you 10 hours, but it's not fixed to a time period. So for instance, if you're in year 11 or year 12, or in any year, you could do your Crest Award over the summer break, because you've got, if you're year 11, you're about to have the longest holiday of your life. So you could do your Crest Award then. Okay, so managing your time is an important thing. Now, when you write your personal statements just before you start applying for university, time management is something you are all going to mention, and you give examples of how you've managed your time. And as an individual, to develop as a well-rounded individual, you need to manage your time. You need to be able to do hobbies. Now, if you are like me and you're so passionate about STEM, then doing STEM is a hobby. I don't consider my job as a job. For me, it's a hobby because I absolutely love it. So, and find out what you really enjoy, find out how you can manage your time. Don't procrastinate, actually get going. The second question was, someone asked, well, I don't know where to start. I would always think, if I had to ask you to write down 5 things you're interested in, what are they? Everybody's interested in something. If you're interested in gaming, do a STEM project where you design a game. I've had students designing new game consoles. I've had students design new makeup. I've had students design mosquito repellents, like I said. I've got a group of students right now who, I think some of them are here today, who are working on a plastic pollution project. So write down what you're interested in and see how you can start. All you need to do is come up with a question. So for instance, one of the key things I'm doing, and I wanted to show you this, so I'll just get this for you, is I'm looking at, so I do lots of weird things. So I'm looking at whether I can grow avocado indoors. It's just something I was interested in, but I'm just growing it in water. And then I've got different avocados and I've changed what's in the water to look at whether the avocado leaves become deficient in something. Now, if I was your age, I would write that up and make a STEM project. For me, I'm just doing it because I can. Okay, so anything that, if you look at something and I wonder how that works, you can make that into a STEM project. Is the Crest Award different from the other award we were told about? Yes, Crest Award and Youth STEM Award are 2 different awards. Youth STEM Awards gives you a lot of variety as to what you can do. And I would think of a Youth STEM Award as a Duke of E, but for science. A Crest Award is more, you can do a lot over the holidays and also in class with a Crest Award. Is it international? I think a Youth STEM Award is international. Crest Award is not international, which brings me to the slide that's on the screen right now. So if you are, whether you're a British student or a student abroad, or a British student abroad, there are other things that you could do that would get you the skills that you want to develop. So this is an example of one of those. There's ICEF, if you've heard of it, the International Science Conference. You could do a project and enter it. But this one is the one I would recommend. So the BIE International Youth STEM Innovation Competition, this always has a theme. So this year is the tide of plastic pollution. And basically the challenge this year is to come up with a new lunch packaging for schools. So think about the school you go to, think about how much plastic it takes to wrap all the food that you're buying. Think about how much waste. So have you ever thought about how many water bottles your school sells a day? A school of about 1,300 students goes through something like 8,000 plastic bottles a week or even more. And that's a kid buying a bottle every day or buying 2 bottles. And then think about, well, what can we do about it? Can we use alternatives? So I've got a team currently working on a plant-based option. I've got another team that's working on, well, we could look at degradation of the plastic to know how reusable it is. But this is a competition that is open to the whole world. So when we've taken part in this, we've taken part 50 countries. This is the school that I'm at won the global competition for. There's a top prize. Some years it's £5,000 for the top prize, and it's your money, nobody else's, and you get lots of interviews. So if you Google Amit Activists, which was the team last year that won it, they've done lots of newspaper articles. One of the members of Amit Activists is now doing another thing this year. This is a good competition particularly if you're international, because it brings 50 countries together. I can't recommend it enough. This is because you can do something that will help everyone. So have a look at the BIEA. Please make sure you contact them as soon as possible, because the deadline's coming up, and then start thinking about your ideas. Remember, no idea is silly, no idea is stupid. Can I also recommend that if there are people that feel like there's not enough girls doing physics and that physics is frowned upon, think about the applications of physics. I absolutely love physics. It's a science that applies to everything. Water moves in the plant is because of physics. You can explain anything with physics. So don't be ashamed because you like physics and nobody else likes physics. I think own that, because liking physics and doing something physics-based is an absolute joy. And I wouldn't say that if I wasn't that passionate about it. So for this, for instance, you could do a robotics section or a physics section. So you could use vernier calipers. The team that I'm supervising at the moment are using a lot of physics for this project at the moment. So be passionate about the STEM subjects. You will only succeed if you are passionate about your STEM subjects, and don't rule any one of them out. Okay, right, so I'll talk about some other competitions that you can do later. I wanted to put this out there just because I know we've got some international participants today and attendees. What I would like now is to introduce our next group of people, and these are panelists from university, and they're current students at university, and they're going to talk through what they're doing at university, and then we'll keep an eye on the questions and they can answer your questions as well. So we have Honor going first, and then I think we'll have Victoria after that. If that's okay, and Molly, or whichever way you want to do it, guys, I don't mind. So Honor, are you okay to take over?
Yeah.
Perfect. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Okay. So I'm Honor, and I study maths at university at Loughborough, and I'm a second-year maths student. And maths wasn't something which I particularly thought I would end up in. I wasn't particularly good at it when I started secondary school, and I was probably not really I didn't mind it, but when it got to sixth form, I thought I'll give it a go, and ended up really enjoying it. And I didn't really, when I started secondary school, I wasn't really aware what STEM was, but particularly when it got to sixth form, our teachers started talking about it more, because I went to a girls' school, so it was definitely talked about a lot. So I started getting interested, and then one of my teachers suggested as a degree apprenticeship at Dyson. So I thought I'd give that a go, because that involved doing an engineering degree, and it sounded really interesting. And I still didn't know what I wanted to do, because I've never known what I wanted to do. I've kind of drifted through thinking I'll just make the short-term decisions and choose what I like to do. I don't want to think about years and years ahead, because I don't have any idea. So I just keep choosing what I like to do, and then it's okay so far. And then, so I went to do a degree apprenticeship and decided that actually I really enjoyed doing the maths side of things. So I left after 6 months and applied again to uni to do maths. And I was quite nervous at that point because I haven't done further maths A-level. And it's one of those things which you think, oh, am I going to be really behind? Is everyone going to be miles ahead of me? But it's a really common worry, which I found at uni. Like when I've talked to incoming students, it's probably the biggest question we get, but it's definitely not, you definitely don't need it. And so I applied and started in 2019. And it's been really good. We've had a bit of an odd year this year, but first year we got most of the year, was nice. Yeah, I think when you start with a maths degree, it's one of those, particularly if you haven't got further maths, I found that everyone was kind of thinking, I'm at the bottom of the pile because I haven't done certain topics. But particularly with universities where you don't need it as a prerequisite, they don't have any expectation of what you know. And because everyone's coming from different courses, so people have done different topics, like if you've done AQA or EdXL or whatever exam board, everyone will have slightly different backgrounds in maths and will have done different things. So they can't expect everyone to be at the same level. So they will always build everyone up from the same point. So that's definitely something which I know a lot of people do worry about when considering maths, but as I've experienced it myself, it's really not worth the worry because it's literally completely fine. I mean, some universities will ask for further maths, but it's it's sort of, if you want to go to, if you want to go to those unis, then yeah, you might need further maths. But some also, if you haven't got it, they'll ask you to do a entrance exam, like a step paper. And so that's another way to get into those universities. I applied for Bath when I was looking at unis, and because I didn't have further maths, I did a step paper to get the offer from them. And so that I did in my free time and just taught myself. It's more of just a practice thing. It's kind of lots of problem solving, but it's an exam you can take, and then it means that you might be able to get into a university which otherwise might require further maths. And in the end, I didn't decide to go to Bath, but it's a nice thing to have in the bag. And it's a good experience because the style of questions on a step exam or entrance exams are generally more similar to the style you might get at university. They're more problem solving, and they're quite, even if you don't take the exam, if you're interested in maths at uni, it might be quite a nice idea to look at the questions in the step papers, which you can find online. They're on the PMT website, because they'll give you a good idea about what sort of things you might see. But don't be put off, because some of them are horrible and some of them I wouldn't be able to do now, and I'm doing maths at uni. So that's the whole thing about choosing a uni. It's don't, like, if they need further maths, have a look, because they might have other ways if you want to go to that uni. So in terms of then doing the degree, it's definitely a big step up from A-level. I think that's the thing which everyone always says, but it's not as if everything's new. A lot's new. You're suddenly doing maybe 5 different branches of maths at once, but you might find that 2 or 3 are like you're used to them. So maybe it's stats or linear algebra and you've seen matrices before, or integration. So there will always be an element of it which you're familiar with, and it can be reassuring. And you can think, okay, I don't need to put as much effort into that module. So it is nice that you still have some sort of continuity from A-level math. It's not suddenly all new. And I think all maths degrees will do that because they want to, as much as it's a big step, they want to ease you in at the start. So they will have things which you've seen before. And I think the step up is also just, it's not always that it's all really suddenly really hard. It's just that there's so much more at once. You've gone from school where you're doing, I don't know, a couple of hours a day, or if that, and then you're suddenly doing it all the time, and it's it can be quite full on. But the support systems are really good. We've got a drop-in centre for maths, but I know loads of universities have a similar system where it's like a drop-in and they have lecturers or maths students on duty to help. You'll have a personal tutor who can help. So if you do get stuck, like most degrees, there's always people who can help you. And it's one where it's very satisfying once you do get it. So that's nice. Yeah, so in terms of the modules, so you have some which are completely new, some you've seen before, like I said, stats, mechanics, linear algebra, maybe more. It depends how much you've done before. So like complex numbers, some people will have seen, some people won't, but again, they'll teach you that. And then you'll also have modules which no one will have seen before. So maybe coding or analysis is one which always gets mentioned. Everyone finds it a big sort of scary one because it's so new, but in a way it's nice because no one's seen it. And it's good that everyone's in the same boat. So you're like, if everyone's finding it hard, it's not just you. And it's always good to remember in any degree. But there's also, I think this must be, I don't know if this is offered at all universities, but at ours it's nice that in second year you get, so in every university you'll get more options to choose. So you get to choose things which routes you want to go down. So if you want to do more stats or more applied or more pure, you'll get to do that and be more specialized as you go on. At my university, they also do you can choose a language option or like a business module or economics or just something which maybe you're like, I really like maths, but I don't want to be doing it all the time. I want to try something else. So you could learn like Italian. So it's quite nice that you can sort of have something else as well to sort of be a bit more varied. So yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Anna. There's some questions in the chat for you. So how did you prepare for your subject at university is a question that's.
Okay. So how did I prepare? I think because I hadn't done the further maths, I looked over a few modules for further maths, which I missed because I was worried about having not done it. And I think having a go at the step papers was pretty good because I got a look at what sort of things to expect. But I don't think there's any, you don't need to prepare too much because, like I say, they kind of do all that for you in the first couple of months.
Perfect. Right, could we have, thank you so much, Anna. Molly, are you okay to say something about your degree? And then Victoria, and then if you could all stay online, we can then get some general questions to the group. Hi, Molly.
Hi. So I'm Molly and I'm a second year biology student at St Andrews. So I always really enjoyed science in high school, particularly biology and chemistry. And after finishing my A-levels, I think I wanted to study biology, but I was kind of uncertain about whether a chemistry degree would be better for me because I'm quite good at maths and calculations and stuff. But so I wasn't certain about which degree exactly I wanted to do, but I chose to study biology at St Andrews in particular because the degree setup in Scottish universities I really like, because in first and second year, as well as the modules for your degree, so I had to do a biology module, but you can also take modules in completely unrelated subjects. So I did in first year, I took a module in biology, a module in chemistry, and a module in maths, which are the same as the 3 A levels I took. So that was really nice. First year was it was a good, like, being able to take the same modules as I did at A level. It was like a good bridging transition into university. So first year in biology, you just learn everything. You get a brief overview of all of the specialities. And then as I've come into second year now, we kind of get to specialize. So I think going to university is great, because I went into university, I was really interested in immunology and pathology. And I thought maybe I wanted to become a pathologist. But now I'm at university, I've ended up really enjoying modules in ecology and vertebrate zoology and conservation. So I've decided that's what I want to go into now. So yeah, I think university, you get to deepen your understanding of things that you really enjoy, but you also get to explore lots of new interests. Yeah, and I think I think that's
Perfect. Thanks, Anna. Now, there's a few people asking, is that in your first year, is there a stark difference between the modules you've chosen in your first year compared to your second year?
Well, for me, because I only had to take one biology module in first year, and then I got to take a module in chemistry and maths. But in second year, I'm just taking 8 biology modules, because I decided biology is definitely what I want to go into.
Perfect. I can also add to what Anna's saying by saying, when you go to uni, when you start, you can actually change what selection of modules you want to do. So for instance, I did pathology first, and then I did statistics. I loved chemistry, so I did a lot of chemistry, and then I wanted to do a biomedical physics module, so I did that. And then I'm really interested in coding, so later on I did bioinformatics as well. So you can actually pick your modules as you're going. There's a compulsory section, and then there's an optional section as well. Is it true that A-level is a lot of only plants? No, it's not true. That's an easy question. It's definitely not true. A-level biology is everything. Victoria, are you okay to take over from Anna? And then I'll keep asking some more questions.
Hi, I'm Victoria. I'm a third year engineering student at Oxford. And I knew that I wanted to do engineering when I was choosing my A-levels. So I knew that I wanted to do further maths and maths, definitely, and also music. And I was choosing a 4th, and I was thinking, well, what have I enjoyed so far, and what do I want to do beyond A-level, like at university? And I had the opportunity at my school to do a GCSE in electronic products, which entailed essentially coming up with a design of an electronic product and then manufacturing a prototype and writing a whole presentation about it. So I made a cello bow that lit up different colors depending on the light levels. And I really enjoyed that, and I thought, yeah, that's what I want to do. And I realized that's electrical engineering. And so I chose physics, because that's what universities seem to want for that. And I also didn't like biology or chemistry at GCSE. And when I was applying to universities, most of them wanted you to specialize straight away. So you applied for electrical or mechanical or chemical, and a few others were also general. So I was applying for electrical engineering, I think at 3, and general at 2. I ended up at Oxford, which is a general engineering course. And so for the first 3 years, you have no choice over what modules you take. Everyone does the same ones. And you do a module in maths, a module in electrical and electronic communications, a module in mechanics sides, and then one called energy, which is more thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, and some electromagnetism. And then you also do your labs, which relate to those modules. And so when it came to third year, I'd gotten through it and I thought, sometimes I wobbled a bit with my electronics, sometimes I enjoyed the maths side a bit more. And so when it came to choosing options, I was a bit unsure of what I was going to take. And I finally decided to take 2 biomedical options, as well as 3 more electrical based options. And as I say, I didn't like biology or chemistry back at GCSE, so it was quite a rogue choice to do biomedical options. But this year I've actually really loved them, really gotten into them, and decided that's what I want to do going forward. And we also have a third year project, which is like a group project, and I'm working on designing a prosthetic limb. And so that really solidified that biomedical was what I wanted to go into.
Right, thanks. Thank you, Victoria. Could you just, so for your A levels,
Yeah.
You did physics, maths, and what was the third one?
Further maths and music.
Further maths and music. So there's some people asking whether biology, chemistry, and physics are a good combination for medicine. And what I would say is, first and foremost, I would say physics would be the one that they look at the most. And then chemistry, maths, music is a really good A level to do if you're musically inclined, because music has a lot of physics applications as well. Is there anything you can add about anything else you did before you went to uni as well?
So I pretty much just applied for every single residential that I could. So even though I didn't actually get onto any engineering residentials, I ended up doing a women in maths residential at Cambridge, and also a material science at Cambridge. And they go into engineering quite well, but particularly the maths was more of for a maths degree. But in a way, it kind of made me realize I didn't want to do a maths degree itself, but I still enjoyed some of the maths that was going on and enjoyed the residential. And aside from that, I did the Duke of Edinburgh Award. And then also just reading around my subject. And a lot of people wonder, like, how do you decide what to read? What books do you look at? And you can look at universities' reading lists that they have. But what I did, I literally just went into a shop towards the STEM section, towards the physics and the maths, and just looked until I found a book that I wanted to read. And so even one of them was just the greatest scientific discoveries, and it just went through, and it was very broad. There was a lot of discoveries, like from medical points of view, from physics, and I thought that was a really nice way of just broadening.
Perfect, thank you so much. So for instance, there's another question. So if you're pursuing a dual degree in engineering, which needs physics and further maths, and neuroscience, would you have to take all those A levels, or could they choose another subject? So what do you think? Do you think someone could go into neuroscience with the combination of subjects that you did?
So I think if you know that you want to do that from A level, then maybe don't choose music and choose maybe biology or chemistry. But at least from the way that I'm going into biomedical engineering, it's more, you've got the engineering base and they assume no prior knowledge of biology or chemistry, because generally you're only taking 3 or 4 A levels, and not everyone can have the same combination, so they don't assume that everyone has A level knowledge.
Perfect. Right, thank you. Do we have any other questions for our 3 panelists? So what do you think was the quality and selling point? And this is to all of you. What do you think was the quality and selling point that landed you your offer at the university you have? So when you did your interviews or your personal statements, what do you think they picked for you, for them to offer you a place? So shall we do Honor first and then Molly?
Yep. I think possibly mine was a bit different because I'd done 5 months of the degree apprenticeship. So I was able to, I had experienced some maths modules there. So I was able to pull up on them and say how much I like doing it there and I'd had experience. But I think a lot of it is about passion for the subject and just showing that you really enjoy it and that you're going to be really dedicated to it.
Cool, perfect. Molly?
I think, well, I didn't have an interview, I just did my personal statement, but I think rather than having something specific, I just did a whole range of things. So I did work experience in a pathology lab, and I also did work experience at like a life science center near me, teaching children about science.
Oh, nice.
And I did an EPQ. If you have the opportunity to do an EPQ, I really recommend those because they look really good. So I did that. I had the opportunity to actually go to Kenya to do that, where I researched into upper respiratory tract infections in a local village. But obviously you don't have to go abroad to do an EPQ. If anyone's interested in art or drawing, there's a competition by the Royal Society of Biology called the Nancy Rothwell Award.
Yeah.
So I really like drawing. So I applied for that, I think, when I was 17, and I won that, which I think looked quite good on my personal statement. So I think it's just a whole range of things. And I think as well, if you say that you've read books, like write about a book, say what you learned from it, that's based on your degree, I think that would look really good.
Perfect. I agree with Molly. So if you're interested in any like STEM subjects, if you go to the society for that subject, so Royal Society of Biology has got Nancy Rothwell, the photography competition is just opened. They also do Biology Week. The Institute of Physics, the Physics Olympiads just went. Biology Olympiad is coming up. Chemistry Olympiads are coming up. Then if you also look at websites like the Physiological Society as well, they offer that. If you're interested in veterinary medicine, the Royal Veterinary College, you can sign up for £1 membership and they send you all the placements when they come up as well. And then for Victoria, if you are interested in going to Oxbridge, each college has got an access, so you just need to find the college attached to your school. So when I worked at Teddington, we had Oriel College, so we used to do the medicine days with Oriel College, but you can do Justice College, you can do any of the colleges. Each school in the country is associated with an Oxbridge college, so ask your school careers advisor, they will tell you which school, and they send a lot of emails as well. Victoria, what do you think made you stand out in your application?
I mean, we did interviews for Oxford, and I think just showing that you want to learn and you want to engage with the subject, because in the interview you get asked questions and problems to work through, and if I came across one that I had not come across before, it's a new concept to me, and instead of just sitting there being confused, I asked the tutors about it and try to engage, and they pushed me in the right direction so that I could actually answer the question. And I think that probably showed that I did want to learn and I wasn't just there to show off what I'd already learned.
Fantastic. Right, thank you, panelists. If you could go into the chat and answer some more questions for me, that would be really, really lovely. But thank you so much for giving up your time. Our next session is from Ms. Fowler, who's going to talk about alternative routes into STEM. Lydia, are you ready to take over?
Hello, yeah. You can hear me and see me?
Yes. Welcome. So Lydia's going to talk about some alternative routes into STEM. And also, I would say this is also really quite important for those of you that are looking for apprenticeships. So for instance, if you're doing a gap year, so Lydia would be the person that will talk about some of the things that you might want to think about as well. So Lydia, the floor's yours.
So yeah, I'm Lydia. I'm doing a degree apprenticeship with Dyson. I'm in my 3rd year. Yeah, I don't know what else to say really, if anyone has any questions, but yeah, I'm specialised in the mechanical stream within the degree. I have 1 year left to go because it's a 4-year course. Yeah, so just any questions. I think Brianna is also answering questions in this session as another panelist.
Okay, yes, perfect. We've also got Brianna, who's who's a Student Affairs Director at CodeWorks. So Brianna, did you want to introduce yourself and talk about what you do?
Hello.
Hi.
Let's see. Yeah, hi. So my name is Brianna Barlow, originally from California, now living in Berlin. I was before a kindergarten teacher, and now I am the Director of Student Affairs and Admissions for CodeWorks, a software engineering bootcamp. So yeah, that's my background.
Perfect. Okay, so if you have any questions for our panelists, just type them in the chat. And panelists, if you can keep an eye on the chat and answer the questions as they come in, that would be really good as well.
Nice, okay.
Okay, so let's have a look. So I would say maybe you could talk through, Lydia, how did you get onto the apprenticeship whilst we wait for some questions?
Yeah, of course. So I heard about it, well, my parents heard about it on the radio when they heard an interview with James Dyson, because I'm only the 2nd cohort to be part of the institute. So it's quite a new thing. So I was interested in it, and I thought, well, it's a way of getting experience in the process of applying for a job. There were lots of different stages to get to it. So there's the usual writing a personal statement, doing online psychometric tests, telephone interviews, and then we had an assessment day where quite unusually we were in these inflatable igloos, and you had like little technical interviews and HR interviews, which is, it kind of made it a bit easier because you're like, this is a very weird experience to be in an igloo having a quite serious interview. But yeah, so the assessment day, I've never done one of them before, hadn't really learnt about them at school or what they were, more just the traditional, here's a personal statement and you'll probably do an interview. But assessment day was quite different because we had lots of activities we had to take part in, so like group activities and trying to work through a project which was quite advanced and very much what you would see in the workplace, which we probably hadn't really come across anything like it at school, so it was quite challenging. But yeah, so that was kind of my route and journey into the apprenticeship.
Perfect, thank you. There's a question here, again for Lydia. What sort of things are you doing in your apprenticeship?
Okay, so there are kind of 3 main parts of the apprenticeship. There's the uni side of things, so 2 days a week we have lectures and study days, and so we learn all of general core engineering modules. So in the first 2 years it's like the software, electrical and mechanical, and then in 3rd and 4th year we specialize into one of the 4 streams. So that's electrical, mechanical, electromechanical or software. So I'm in the mechanical stream because that's more where my brain lies. And then there's the apprenticeship side of things, so that's where you talk about how the work and the uni side of things connect, and how what you're learning in work connects to what you're learning in uni and vice versa. And then the work side of thing is you're just literally an everyday employee, you're treated no differently to anyone else. You're in 3 days a week in the office, working the same hours as everyone else, working on live projects.
Perfect. I think Brianna, you might be able to help with this one. So what,
Sure.
what do you think are the benefits of taking part in things like apprenticeships and joining organizations like CodeWorks and that sort of?
So I'm not too familiar with apprenticeships, just because in California and the US in general, we don't really have that. I'm assuming, Lydia, it's kind of similar to like an internship maybe, where you're working at a company after school. Okay, yeah. So for me, I definitely think, so kind of how I did it, I had a degree in university, but for political science, I thought I was going to pursue law. And then I ended up becoming a kindergarten teacher, and talking to my niece who was in kindergarten at the time. I was asking her what she's doing, what they're learning at her school. And she was like, tomorrow I'm going to become a hacker. We're learning coding. I was like, oh my goodness. So if I want to continue teaching kindergarten, I'm going to need to become a programmer somehow. So talk to some of my friends who lived in San Francisco. It's a big tech area there. And they were like, you should do a boot camp. And to me, that sounded just crazy. It would be like, oh, you can become a surgeon, just take a boot camp. And I was like, that sounds insane. So I started researching these boot camps, went to a couple in Barcelona where I was living at the time, and found CodeWorks, sent the curriculum over to my friend who was working in San Francisco. And he was like, if CodeWorks teaches you what they say they do in this curriculum, we would hire you as an engineer afterwards, without a degree, without experience, just with the projects you come out of with it. So that's what I did. And for me, it was extremely beneficial just because I did not have, in America, university is so expensive. I did not have money for another 4 years of university. And then also they take into your account your high school, what you did in high school. So I didn't have any kind of science background in high school at all. I thought I was going to do political science or maybe psychology. That was about as scientific as it would get. So yeah, did the boot camp, incredible. Still to this day, getting job offers, which is just, again, wow, just because we're taught so much that you have to do university if you want to get a career in that field. So for me, having political science, kindergarten teacher, to now be getting, software engineering jobs was really insane. But at the end of the day, for sure, I love students and admissions and all the student affairs side. So I'm happy with CodeWorks doing that. Still have my coding projects on the side. But yeah, I just think it's really important to put the word out there that you don't have to do 4 years. You don't have to pay crazy amounts of money and time. Just 12 weeks. Boot camps are usually between 9 and 12 weeks. A lot cheaper than uni. And yeah, that was kind of my route, if you're not looking for the 4-year route.
So for CodeWorks then, how does the boot camp actually work?
So it's 12 weeks. It's broken down into 2 parts. So the first 6 weeks, first the admissions process is pretty tough. We only accept about 2% of people or applicants that apply. So when you start, in order to start the admissions process, you have to first pass a little admissions challenge just to make sure you know the basics of JavaScript, because the main part of the course, it's not meant for beginners. It's meant for someone who's like 20% of the way there. So you have all the basics down, but you're past the basics. It's time to get going. So the admissions part, in order to get into the admissions process, you have to pass kind of the basics. Then we have a personal interview, a technical interview, which is just live coding in JavaScript, you live coding for one of our instructors. And then if you pass that, you have to do a coding assignment, which is just building a small application using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and jQuery. And every step of the way, of course, we're giving you tutorials, learning materials, because we know people come from like my background, a kindergarten teacher. So if you're able to build the coding assignment, kind of with all the tips we give you, then that's when you're admitted. And then we would give you a pre-course. So the pre-course is about 160 hours long, and it's advanced JavaScript, advanced CSS, jQuery. And that one is it's really good. It takes about a month. But after it, if you were to stop there, you could already start applying for junior dev positions, which is really good. So for me, that's kind of, I knew I was going to do the main course, but for me, I was like, okay, at least if I do the pre-course, I can already kind of get my foot in the door. And then with the main course, you just take off. The first 6 weeks is really honing your JavaScript skills, getting into all the framework, front end, back end frameworks. And by the end of 6 weeks, you're already able to build a full stack application. So front end, back end, mobile app, show it on your phone, all that good stuff. And then the last 6 weeks is where you're building your own projects. So you're building, first week, you're building your own full stack application, called your solo project. So you're going to do that. You're going to build a full stack app in 1 week. Then the week after that, you're going to get someone else's application, run it, do the testing for it, and add new features to it. So that's the big one for us. We we're only geared toward getting students a job after they graduate. So that's our big thing. And right now we have 100% hiring outcome. So everything we do is very practical, hands-on. There's some theory, but not too much, just because we want every day to be like a work day almost. So yeah, so the legacy project is a big one, just because that's what the job is. You're going to go to Global or Yego or Google, and you're going to get the application. You're going to have to test it. You're going to have to add new features. So that's the legacy project. And then the last project is where you're working in a group of 3 to 4 to create another full stack application, which is another one that the jobs really like, because again, that's the job. No developer develops only on their own. There's always, it's always a team, always collaboration. So yeah, my goodness, I'm a chit chatter, so you have to cut me off if I talk too much.
That's absolutely fine. There's a few questions for you, Brianna, in the chat. So
Sure.
Whilst I ask Lydia some more questions, if you could look at the chat, there's a few.
Sure, definitely. I'll go ahead and knock them out.
So Lydia, back to you then.
Yeah.
What for the apprenticeship? How apart from finding your apprenticeship online, what other skills do you think students need to have for them to be successful at apprenticeships?
Okay, I guess showing practical application of the subjects that you've been learning. So I did 3 weeks of work experience at Jaguar Land Rover, and I looked into quite a few different areas. So that was something that I could pull on a lot within my interviews, just to show like areas where I've really honed those skills. I think also because at A-level I did 3 subjects that were very coursework heavy, and I feel like an apprenticeship is very much like doing a big piece of coursework, because you're working on a project and then you're writing documentation about that. So yeah, I think I could really focus on areas of those different projects that I'd done and say, okay, this is an example where I've done that. And I think just being yourself, showing the passion for what you're doing, showing that you can work both independently and with other people, because when you're in a big company, there are so many different teams, and sometimes you'll be working on an individual project, but at some point you're always going to be working with other people to make that whole system work. It's not just a solo thing. So yeah, that's kind of the key.
To add on to what Lydia is saying, I talked about the group of students I worked with that designed mosquito repellents. One of them, Elizabeth, actually went the apprenticeship route, and so she worked with Southeast Water. And for apprenticeships, just look at the websites of the companies and look at what they're offering. Every single company, I would say 90% of companies in the UK have an outreach program, and you just have to go to the website and look at what they're offering. And when you click on the careers tab, and Elizabeth found her apprenticeship by just going on to Southeast Water website. And then she's now decided that she would like to become an engineer. And in her case, she was not interested in physics and maths at school at all. But as soon as she did the apprenticeship, she actually realized that she was very passionate about it. And she was a huge surprise, because we thought she was going to go down the biology route, but she really, really is passionate about engineering. And when we were doing the STEM project, you could see she had the logical side to her, and she could really understand the design process. So make sure that you look at websites of companies and look at their careers pages and see, even if you type engineering apprenticeships, a list comes up. In UCAS as well, for those of you that are at the stage where you start applying for UCAS, there's a whole section on apprenticeships as well. So do make sure that you look at that. In terms of the benefits, Lydia, what benefits do you think you are going to achieve from taking part in your apprenticeship?
I think it's just that you can immediately take what you've learned and see it in real life, and you have a massive network of people that if you're confused on something that you've learned either in work or in uni, you've got experts in their field. We're a global company, so we have people from all different universities, all different countries, and you can just ask them these questions and they're more than happy to talk to you about it. They're passionate about it, and even if they're really busy, they'll find the time to put that time in for you. I think also, particularly for my degree, I know this isn't the same for every apprenticeship, but I have all my tuition fees paid for. I also earn a wage which increases every year. If I get a 2-1 at the end, then I'm guaranteed a job within the business. There's lots of like normal job related benefits, like free car parking, subsidized meals, healthcare, So yeah, and also we have such a good well-being support system here. We have things like, which you would get at a normal uni, like a kind of parent family buddy system, but we also have student support advisors and mental health services, which I think, speaking to friends that have gone to university, aren't so readily available like we have, especially because we're such a small cohort. We're around 30 to 45 per cohort. So it's quite a nice tight-knit community group.
Perfect, thank you. There's a question in the chat about, and I think, was it Anna that did an EPQ, or was it Molly? So there's a question about, are EPQs important for biomedical engineering? Now, I'm the EPQ coordinator at my school, so if you've got EPQ questions, I can answer them. The key thing about an EPQ is a research project. You have to find something you're passionate about, because once you're passionate about something, you will research and ask the right questions. So examples of EPQs that have been really, really successful, for those of you that are interested in engineering and material sciences, I had a student research the feasibility of nuclear fusion as a fuel source. And that was not in school. You just learn nuclear fusion. What is it? A 4-marker in a GCSE, and that's about it. So for Annabelle to have, she was going to be here today, but she's away designing some nanotech somewhere. So for you to be successful at an EPQ, what she did was that she thought about which organizations, which companies out there are looking at nuclear fusion, and why are they looking at it? So to do an EPQ, you need a research question, and you need to be willing to contact companies, people on Twitter that you can interview. You need to get documentary evidence as well as primary evidence, so that you can get the information and ask the right questions. And what should really happen is you have your initial question, and that should bring about more questions in your reporting absolutely everything. So in terms of, is it relevant for biomedical engineering? There's no such thing as relevant, but is it useful? Yes, it is useful because it teaches you to research. From my personal experience, I don't know about the others that went to uni or people doing apprenticeships, I found there was a huge jump between school, A levels, and uni, and I was a bit lost for the first term because I didn't know how to research, and I didn't know how to read journals. Nobody had ever taught me how to do that, and that's one of the things why I do head of STEM. It's important to know how to research, especially in the modern day, because technology and science and STEM is progressing so much. So make sure that you, if you want to do an EPQ really improves your research skills and your presentation skills as well. Lydia, if you have a look through the chat and see if there's any questions. Are there any boot camps for medicine? I would say medicine is one of those that needs a practical element. So there will be, there's definitely, if you research Medical Mavericks offer summer, not summer placement, but summer events you can attend. There's also a live program you can watch, Operating Theatre Live. If you've seen Operating Theatre Live, you can join up and register. It's very competitive, but applying is better than not applying. If you want to do medicine, really look at what type of medicine you're interested in, because your interview, you really need to show your passion. Like all the other panelists have been saying, you have to be able to articulate your passion as well. Is it safe to go instead of uni? I would say it's entirely, choosing a boot camp over university is entirely a personal choice. So I would say do your research very, very well before you do that as well. Lydia, are you thinking of going to uni after? Or are you going to do the apprenticeship? Have you made that decision yet?
Well, it's actually a degree apprenticeship. So I'm getting a bachelor's in engineering, in general engineering at the end of the 4 years. So it should, in like a normal degree at a normal university without the work side of things, it would be a 3-year course. But because we have the work alongside to fit in the same amount of modules and learning, we do it across 4 years.
Perfect, cool. Another question is, what does bioinformatics study? Bioinformatics is my absolutely favorite thing. Brianna and Lydia, do we know anything about bioinformatics before I completely go off on a nutshell?
No, please take it away.
Take it away, right. Bioinformatics. So this is my favorite module to do. I did it in second year. Bioinformatics is using code to track anything. So if you've heard Professor Neil Ferguson from Imperial, he's the first person that did a mapping of how far COVID-19 would spread for the world. And to do that, you need to understand, number one, evolutionary patterns of bacteria or viruses or any pathogen, and you need to understand how to come up with mathematical equations to model that. So bioinformatics looks at modeling of disease, modeling of proteins, modeling of drugs, because with drug discovery, we want it to happen quicker now and at much cheaper. And what we can then do is design the drug using a computer, design an enzyme that it's going to attack using a computer, so that there's very little need for clinical trials and we can get to clinical trials much sooner. So I worked with a program called FASTER, which was looking at phylogenetic trees, so looking at common ancestry. And I was just looking at a section of a gene. So this gene has been passed from this organism to this organism. Oh God, it's no longer there. It's been deleted. Oh, where's it gone? And that sort of thing. So bioinformatics is a broad study. If I have the money to go back to uni again, I will do bioinformatics. It's amazing. Brianna, could you just talk about maybe aspects of coding that you feel are relevant to STEM, so to engineering and science?
Well, I mean, what do you mean?
So in terms of like drug development, how do you think a coder would work in terms of the scientific world? Where do you think?
Well, that's interesting. We have quite a few students who are like chemists or botanists and all that stuff. And for them, they're doing the course because they want to create an app to, for example, get medicine to people who don't have access to it. So teach 60-year-olds how to download an app on their phone and be able to order medicine they need based on their medical history. We have another one who's a psychologist and kind of doing the same thing, wanting to give medical advice through his app. Yeah, it's really what I'm noticing from the medical side is just giving people who don't have access to medicine. That's the big shift we're noticing.
Yeah, it's also like if you become a medical student in the next few years and you're practicing surgery, it's now all mostly going to be virtual reality, because getting medical donations is very, very difficult. It comes with a lot of issues ethically. So now they're developing apps to do a virtual reality, so you can actually carry out surgery in the virtual world, and that will help medical students develop their surgical skill before they actually practice on real bodies and things like that. So it's got a lot of advancement. So coding is useful for that, but also being a coder is logical. So you're learning the logical side as well. I would say even if you're not a proficient coder, learning to code or just understanding how code works is a useful skill for any career that you decide to go to. Right, we've got 5 minutes for some more questions before we break for lunch. Are there any other questions that people would like to ask?
I wanted to answer one that they upvoted, just if I feel it's necessary to do university before doing a boot camp. Like, was I just lucky to be able to like be successful with boot camp? So I can say, like, for example, for CodeWorks, about 60% of our students don't have high school. They finish high school, but they don't have any kind of higher education. But they all were able to get a job in software engineering after the boot camp. So I think the important part of boot camps and internships is you're getting hands-on knowledge. So a lot of our students that do have degrees, they have a degree in computer science, but they're not able to get a job because they always say, we know how to code in theory, but we don't know how to code like when it comes down to actually start engineering. So I think that's why we're seeing a huge shift with people from boot camps getting really like high paid jobs and careers, just because they're learning how to actually do the engineering instead of just how it should be happening in theory. And then also boot camps are always, or should be, keeping up with the latest technology. So if you do have a job interview and they're like, hey, ES6 is out, can you code using that? And you're like, yeah, I can, because I didn't go to university where maybe it wasn't taught. I went to a boot camp, it came out yesterday, so they implemented it yesterday. So yeah, I would say if you do a boot camp, depending on the boot camp that you do, if they have a good hiring rate, good career services, those career services are going to be with you until you find a job.
Fantastic.
So that was my speech.
Fantastic. There's some questions here that I think are for me. So would psychology help as an extra A level in order to specialize in medicine? And is it a necessary subject to do medicine? No, psychology is not necessary to do medicine. If you do psychology, yes, it's useful. I've got a psychology A level, and I would say I was a scientist through and through. My parents are scientists, and I come from a long family of scientists. But doing psychology was the most interesting thing I did as an A level, because there's so much that it teaches you about ethics. So if you're going to be a medical student, you are going to you need to understand the importance of being ethical, and psychology teaches you that. So for instance, there's a story of Zimbabwe and his prisoners, and how he just decided to make a group of people prison guards and the others prisoners, and they started behaving like prisoners. And that's how the American prison system is set up, based on a psychological study. So it's the most interesting thing. I would say if you want to do medicine, read up maybe the area of medicine that you want to study, read up some psychology studies to do with that, to help you with the ethical side. But it's not a necessary subject. I would say it's a fourth subject if you're going to do medicine. There was also a question about epigenetics. So epigenetics looks at how genetics can change over time. So it's the idea that if you eat certain things in your diet, eventually could they change your offspring's genetics? And it's a very new idea. It's only been in theory in the last few years. And you can do degrees with that. So I did obviously medical microbiology, and there's an epigenetics module. So that got my interest in epigenetics. Lydia and Brianna, there's a question here. Do you have any book or journal recommendations that people could look at for anything that they want to do? So I guess, Brianna, you could talk about if there's any coding books that you would recommend, if you know of any.
Yeah, so if you're interested in programming, I would recommend a book called Eloquent JavaScript. It's fun. It's a fun book, but just teaching you the basics of JavaScript, why it was written the way it was written. And that will, if you're able to get through that book and do the practices in there, you're gonna have a huge leg up.
Okay, Lydia?
I would say if you have access to any sites, like I have Pelego through uni, but you can just use the search bar and any topic that you're interested in, and loads of really good resources will come up, which we use for references in coursework and assignments. So if you can get onto any kind of website like that, then that's really helpful.
Perfect. Brianna, what subjects in high school do you think will help with coding?
Computer class for sure. I know back when I was going to high school, like in 2005, my God, it was just basics, like how to work the computer using Word and all that stuff. But now they're actually teaching a bit of programming in computers. So if it's still, I would definitely recommend any kind of computer class. It's going to become very important.
Perfect. I would also recommend that you check if your computer science, because the computer science course has evolved now. It includes programming, as Brianna is saying, but also schools you can look at tomorrow's engineers. So if you're in year 9, 10 or 11, you can look at tomorrow's engineers, and they run a robotics competition, and it's actually designed for people that can't code if you're in the UK, and they send you a robot. So you can sign up. I think they require a team of 6, and you compete nationally. So I took a team, and then the finals are in Birmingham at the NEC, at the Big Bang Fair, which I'll talk about later as well. So have a look, talk to your computer science department, talk to your DT department. You can do tomorrow's engineers robotics, F1 competitions. You can do green something project where you design a car. If you are anywhere near Sussex, Sussex Uni has got their most advanced aeronautics lab out there, and they actually build some of the Mars modules there as well. So you could have a look at which universities are developing their aeronautics department as well, and they will take you for a day there. They offer a lot of day placements as well. Right, we've got time for one more question before we break for lunch. Is further maths A-level and necessary for an economics degree? It's favoured, yes, because further maths, I did further maths as an A-level. Further maths is just that one step above logical sequencing. So I would say yes, for economics, it's preferred, business and economics, but you can actually do a set of subjects that prepare you for a PPE. So talk to your maths teachers, I would say. If you had any students going to neuroscience, yes, I've got a few students that have gone into neuroscience. I would say 6 over the last few years, because I normally have a year 13 group. Key thing with neuroscience was they were passionate about psychology and the brain, and you've got to articulate that in your interviews. Do you believe that taking the A-level global perspectives would be useful for STEM careers? Oh, I've never heard of the Global Perspectives and Research Report. I'll read into that and then I'll type out the response for that, if that's okay, Julia. But I wouldn't see why it would not help with STEM careers as well. What branches are there in genetics? Oh, there's epigenetics, developmental genetics, phylogenetics. God, I could keep going. Genetics is broad. You've got to think about what the genetics of what? An insect, a bacteria, a fungus. It's a broad subject. My best friend is a developmental geneticist, and so she looks at what changes, something called Hox genes, so what changes at different stages of development. What programming language is best to learn, Brianna?
Ooh, so I'm a little biased, but I do think JavaScript, just because it is the language of the entire internet web. So I like to kind of describe it as JavaScript is like English. So you can pretty much go anywhere and you'll find someone who knows English, or you can get by with English. And there's other coding languages that are also very good, like Python, Java, C#, but those are more like Spanish, still very common. You can probably get by in some places, but if you know English, you're going to be able to get by a lot better. And then it's just also a very easy language to learn. And once you learn how to learn a coding language, you can pick up all the other ones in like 2-3 weeks. So I would say whichever coding language you want to learn first, find one that's easy for you to learn, because once you figure out how to learn the syntax, all that good stuff, you can pick up the other ones pretty quickly.
Fantastic. Okay, I'll just answer one more. There's a question: what good work experience for medicine, especially right now during COVID? I've got a student doing a placement right now, so don't despair. The placements are now opening up. Apply for any placement. I will show you a slide of the placements that you can apply for, and they will take you as soon as they're available. If they can't take you, they will still do a placement virtually. So you can virtually be at a hospital by talking to the consultants. But one of my year 13 students is currently at St. George's Hospital shadowing someone. So the placements are opening up. So don't think COVID-19 has stopped all the placements. They are still placements available as well. Right, so I will continue with answering the questions. We now need to go for lunch, and we will be back at 1 o'clock. It's a full hour. You can go for a run or something. But thank you so much to our panelists for coming. And thank you for you guys for just being amazing and asking so many questions. This is great. I'm glad I've done this. This is absolutely amazing. And hopefully the panelists have had a lovely time as well.
Yes, this is incredible. These questions are like, wow, these are good questions. And it's beautiful. So we can continue to answer questions during the break, right?
Yeah, so we'll continue answering the questions in the chat. But I will go off and go for a run. I'm kidding. I'm going to sleep.
Nice.
For an hour, but I will see you at 1 o'clock.
Bye, ladies.
Of these that are on the screen, you'll be able to find work experience placements. Okay, I'll just wait a couple of minutes because I can see the numbers going up as everybody returns. Okay, right, let's get started then. So on the screen, you'll see some organizations that offer work experience. Now, there's a lot of people that were asking me about virtual work experience. There's actually a website dedicated to virtual work experience. So if you just Google VEW, so virtual work experience, you get to the website and it breaks down into every single career. So there's one for architecture, medicine, biosciences, engineering, business school, all sorts of work experience options for you. And you can register and they'll send you the work experiences as companies release them. The same thing for Speakers for Schools. Now, if you're in the UK, Speakers for Schools, your school should already be registered. So all you would need is a teacher reference, and the reference takes about 2 minutes to do. So I do a lot of these references every week for my students. So you just need to tell your teacher that you've registered for Speakers for Schools experience and ask them if it's okay if you can use them as a referee, and your teachers will be absolutely fine. Springboard work experience is free. The virtual work experience is all free. Okay, so for the websites, all the icons. So virtual work experience, there's an icon on the screen that you should be seeing. I'm going to talk about international work experience in a minute. But these are the ones that are, I would say, up there with experiences that have the most variety. Nuffield Health Foundation, there's some strict criteria you have to meet for that, but you'll actually be placed in a university and researching a particular thing. So one of my students qualified last year and she looked at virons and looked at virus design and virus evolution, which was really, really good. Into science, I think, because I've just got an email just now from some of my students saying they've been called for interviews. So into science, I think the placement for this year or this term has gone, but I would still go on the website in case they release some more. But into science looks at placing girls in STEM careers, so it's very specific. So if you are interested in any of those, what age? So when you go on the website, there's different age groups. It starts from year 9. So for instance, Imperial College summer placements, they start in year 9. Dr. Wade has just arrived as well. So for instance, I took a group of girls to Imperial, that was 2016, I think, for a hackathon. And then at the same time, there's a year 9 STEM experience, there's a year 10 one, there's a year 11 one, there's a year 12 one. So if you look at the website, it would tell you the age category. Speakers for Schools, there's all age categories and they release them in batches as well. So have a look at all these work experience pages as well. Okay, any other questions regarding these organizations that I've shown you? Okay, now someone asked about Dyson placements because we had Lydia from Dyson. If you just Google Dyson work experience, it leads you to the website. And on the website, if you scroll down on the careers page, it gives you apprenticeships, placements, internships, everything. Okay, so have a look at the Dyson website. At the bottom of the page, it does tell you how to apply for placements. If you're in year 9, I would say Imperial College summer placement is the best one. I think the deadline has gone though if you're currently in year 9. So I would wait until you are in year 10 and apply for the year 10 one. It's normally around November time, but if you just Google Imperial summer placement year 9, it leads you to the page as well. Okay. Then I talked about operating theatre life for the medical students. So this is now going to become MedSoc, and it's going to be the go-to place for work experience if you're interested in medicine. So if you go to their website, it's changing at the moment, but 2021 isn't open yet. But if you register, then you get the email. Your school also has to register for this one as well. Medical Mavericks I talked about, there was a lot of questions about what books to read. So if you go to Medical Mavericks and you go to there, you click on I'm a student, it leads you to this page. and there's so much on there. They've released a book about careers and career options. They've got posters about most careers as well, because there's this misconception that it's just medicine, accounting, and I don't know, business, but there's so much in STEM that you can do. So Medical Mavericks are a good place to look at all the alternative careers you can do, especially when it comes to like engineering and working in hospitals. There's so many health sciences that you can do, that you can look at. So have a look at this page as well. We will send this PowerPoint, so you will have access to all these slides as well. So don't worry too much if you haven't written everything down. And lastly, this is quite specific to engineering, I would say. So Neon Futures is a website that actually has videos of engineers at work and what they've studied. So if you go to this website and go to the bottom of the page, you will see video case studies and written case studies about different aspects of engineering. And engineering is broad. It's not hard hat engineering always. There's so many different types of engineering. So if you're interested in engineering, it doesn't matter whether it's biological, chemical, physical, that doesn't matter. You can go to the website and watch the case studies, and that will help you as well. Okay, so again, you will have access to these slides, so you'll be able to click on the links and go straight to the websites as well. Okay, so we're on to our next session. So our last session of the day is to do with careers, and we've got 3 panelists that are going to do a presentation on different careers. To start off, we've got Jennifer Milne, who's going to talk about GIS as well. Jennifer, are you there?
I'm here.
Perfect. Are you ready to take over from my screen at any time?
Yeah, ready when you are.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll stop sharing, and Jennifer's going to do a short presentation about what she does for the company that she works for as well. So Jennifer, floor's yours.
Okay, just gonna share my screen. Everyone see that? Yeah, cool. So thanks for having me. I'm Jennifer Milne. I'm an international BIS analyst at Cushman and Wakefield. So Cushman and Wakefield is a real estate advisory firm, not particularly STEM when you look at it from the outside, but there are a lot of jobs within Cushman and Wakefield that have that kind of side to it, including GIS. I am aware though that lots of people don't know what GIS is. I didn't really know until I went to uni. So I'm going to start with kind of what GIS is before I go into my journey into GIS. So what is GIS? GIS stands for Geographical Information Systems. And I think that's a really good way to explain it. So geographical means we're working with spatial data. So households within postcodes or populations in a region. So population of a borough of London. Yeah, so we're basically working with data that has a location attached to it, or spatial data. And then information. So essentially I would take that as the kind of output you have, what you're displaying at the end, which is usually a map. Can be tables, so I use a lot of Excel as well alongside it to show kind of findings a bit better. So yeah, I've written thematic mapping. I don't know if people kind of know what that is. It's basically a map that might be shaded different types of red. The darker the red, the higher the population, maybe the lower, the lighter the red, the lower the population. And then systems. So we're not just doing this on Excel. We're doing it on a specific GIS system that my company pays for, and when I was at uni, the uni paid for. And at uni, I used something called ArcGIS and MapInfo, and then now I use Insight. They're kind of the biggest ones. And I just wanted to mention as well, GIS in this sector, I didn't know that I would go into a real estate advisory firm when I was doing GIS at uni. I kind of didn't see that as where I was going to go, but now I see that it fits into almost any company really. I can't think of a company that couldn't use GIS somewhere. So like where I use it at Cushman and Wakefield, I use it for retail and leisure purposes, but you can use it industrial purposes. So Amazon, where are they going to put their next fulfillment center or something like that? But I'll get into that a bit more. So my journey so far, I've started with secondary school because I'd heard of GIS. I don't know how many people kind of have, but I didn't really know what it was. I thought it was like making maps, physical geography maps, so mapping grass coverage and things like that. And I wasn't really into that. I was always into human geography, so demographics, population, things like that. So yeah, I'd heard of it, but didn't really know much. But I picked geography and maths for my GCSEs and my A-levels. They were two subjects I really, really liked, and I was good at. And when I went to uni then eventually, I was kind of not sure if I was going to pick maths or geography. But I went, saw both departments and decided that geography was more me. It was more kind of what I enjoyed and had more of a passion for. I was good at maths, but my passion was in geography. I didn't know that there was a way to kind of link that yet. So yeah, my first year of uni, I had a couple of GIS modules and I was like, this is cool. I found that some people in my class hated it, some people loved it. It was that kind of thing. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. And then as I went through uni, I picked those modules. And by the end of my time at uni, on my undergraduate, which was in geography, BA geography, I decided to do a master's in GIS. So there's a few different GIS masters, but I did the kind of straight GIS, so kind of covers everything. But you can obviously pick, I didn't pick the physical geography side, because that wasn't really me. I thought I'd put in as well here some of my work experience, even though John Lewis might not sound particularly relevant, but for me working at uni was really important. It helped me get through uni basically. But yeah, I had a job at John Lewis, which I loved. And part of one of my courses at uni, you could do like a mini placement. It was just kind of like an unpaid thing. And that was with a company called Edge Analytics. And I think it's really important when you go and do something like that. I made sure I let them know that this was what I was really passionate about. So when I finished that placement thing, it was only about 2-3 weeks. At the end, I said, you know, if you have anything at all I can do, paid, unpaid, just give it to me, tell me, send me an email, I'd love to help. And then they knew I was doing a master's, so they asked me to come back and work for them while I was doing my master's, which was really lucky. And I decided to quit my job at John Lewis, even though I loved it. I knew it wasn't what I wanted to do. And even though my job at Edge was a bit less well paid, it wasn't kind of as stable as a John Lewis job. I knew that that's what I wanted to do, so I went for it. And I think that was part of the reason I got the job that I have now. So yeah, I went traveling then after uni. Wanted to get that out of the way before I started my career. Definitely recommend if you want to, when you can again, obviously. Yeah, and now I work at Cushman and Wakefield. So I actually went through a recruiter called Red Tiger Consulting, and they were really helpful. They kind of specialize in data analytics jobs. So they got me my job, well, helped me get my job at Cushman and Wakefield. I got my job at Cushman and Wakefield. So I'm on the cross-border retail and leisure team at Cushman and Wakefield. which basically means I work with brands that want to go to another country, because if they've got a store in the UK, say they've got a store in London, and they want a store in Brighton, it's a bit easier to do that within the same country. But if you're going to another country, you've got obviously different laws, different rules. You might not know exactly how that's going to work. So we help them with finding a good location. And then there's agents on my team. So I'm kind of the consultancy side, the GIS data side. And then we've got agents who know all about the actual real estate stuff, which, you know, I work for a real estate advisory firm, but it's not my it's not my great passion, real estate, but it doesn't have to be, you know. I didn't realize that there was all these kind of roles within these companies that, yeah, I just wouldn't have expected it. But yeah, I've been at Cushman and Wakefield for over a year now. I love it. So yeah, that's my journey so far. We'll go. Okay, so I just wanted to kind of, I understand that GIS can be a bit, it can get a bit lost. So this is kind of how we might talk to a client when they first come to us, and what we kind of go through. This is kind of like my day-to-day job, my favorite part of the job, basically. So a client's going to come to us with a problem, and we'll say, what does the client want? So do they want to move to Paris and have a store there? Do they want to open more stores in the UK? Because we do that too. We don't just do abroad. And then we say, what data do we have? So say it's Tesco, and they've got their Tesco club card. That's great because they've got where people live, who they are, what age they are, what they usually buy. So you can say, oh, well, you know, this type of person also lives in this area and you don't have a Tesco there, so perfect, put Tesco there. Bit more complicated than that, but that's kind of the gist of it. And then the output, so how can we solve the problem? And we usually give them a report with maps in it, maybe some Excel spreadsheets, stuff like that, so they can make a decision. We're consultancy, so we explain things to them. We don't say you should definitely go here, because they know their customer the best. It's definitely a two-way thing. So time for some maps. I'm very into maps. So our first map here, this is Europe. And this is just an example of how a client conversation might go. So we'll say to them, what's your ideal location? And in this instance, our ideal location is, I'm just gonna put a thing here, move out the way. What's your ideal location? In this case, their ideal location is a country whose capital city has a population of over 2 million. So in Europe, these are all the countries whose capital city has a population over 2 million. Great, so we've got that on there. This might, you know, when you're actually talking to a customer, it's not that simple. You want to look at like age profile, all that type of thing. But for this example, we'll just say that's their main goal. Then we say, where are your current locations? And we'll put them on the map too. And then where are your competitors? So put them on the map too. And then you can start to build up a kind of picture. So you can say to them, if they wanted to shut a store, you can say, okay, well, in Sweden there and in Poland, you've got stores, but they don't have a capital city with a population over 2 million. So maybe that's not the right place for you. And then in Germany and Turkey, they don't have a store. So maybe that is a place that they might want to go to. But then there's also other factors. So competition's a strange one, because if you have direct competition there, they might, you know, take all your customers. Or it might be a really good way of knowing that people in that area are going to shop at your store, because that store that's already there, that competition, does really well. So yeah, this is kind of how it'll start working. You might make a few different maps. They might have a few different things. You can make something called an index, which kind of brings together all of the things that they deem really important, all the demographic features that they deem important. And you can kind of score that out of 10 and rank them and that kind of thing. You can kind of keep going forever, but you get that happy medium. So lastly, I'm just going to show a couple of real life examples. So these two I've pulled from the BBC. I think this is a really nice example of GIS and how it works. So we all know the presidential election last year. And this is something, so say we are Trump and his group of people, and they're saying that they're going against the Democrats again next election. And they can look at these maps, look at GIS and say, right, well, we've only got time for one more rally. Where are we going to go? Where's the best place that we might be able to take it and it will help us win? So they might look at the map on the right and say, okay, the Democrats have California and New York, which one should we take? They look at the map on the left and they say, oh, well, California has 55 votes allocated to the state and New York only has 29, which means California has a kind of a bigger hold on it. It makes it, it adds more to the pot for your votes. So they'd decide then, okay, well, we probably should go to California. Again, there's way more into that, and obviously you can go the other way around, Biden, or just the Democrats in general trying to get more votes in the states that the Republicans have. But yeah, I think this is a nice way of showing how GIS works in the real world and helps make informed decisions. And then one last one. So this is coronavirus cases. The left is case rates, so the number of cases per 100,000 in the population. This is in October last year. And then the rate of change on the right. So if the cases are going up or down in an area. And this is a good way and a way that the government uses GIS. So another sector there that it's used. It's a good way to say, okay, well, we need to do some surge testing. Where are we going to do it? And they might look at the map on the left and say, that top left area, that's really dark. They've got the most cases. We should do our surge testing there. But in reality, that area might actually, the rate might be going down. So the number actually might be going down. It might still be high, but it might be going down. So you might be more suited to look at the places that are going up, the cases are rising. Yeah, another really good way of using GIS and showing how GIS is used every day by everyone, even if you don't use it, know you're kind of using it. So yeah, that's pretty much GIS in a nutshell. Thanks for listening. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you so much, Jennifer. There's a few questions in the chat for you. So do you enjoy what you do every day at your job? That's a nice question.
It's a nice question. Yes, I kind of knew as soon as I did my well, when I started my degree and I learnt what GIS was, I always just enjoyed it. It was never really a task for me. I always kind of just did well in it.
Okay.
I think I kind of always knew once that happened, I kind of knew this is what I want to do. But in my day-to-day job, it's just doing what I kind of, similar things to what I did at uni and getting to different brands, brands that I wouldn't have, like, you just don't think but as I said, everyone is using GIS and it's becoming a much bigger thing that people realize, oh, actually, that's really important and it's going to help, it's going to help my store income go up because I'm going to put it in exactly the right place rather than just having a guess. But yeah, I really enjoy it. I like making maps. The time goes really fast. I think is always a good sign. But yeah, no, I love it.
Perfect. And then there's a question from a geography student. There's a geography student that does geography and business for GCSE. Do you think that GIS, if to study a degree that would include GIS, that would that geography and business would be good subjects?
Yeah, definitely. I think to do GIS as a degree, so my master's was a GIS master's, you kind of say, you know, you need to have GIS experience, but when I went into my master's, I went through kind of a lot of what I did during my degree, kind of went over it again. So I don't think, you know, having any particular GIS experience is that important, but if you can get it, it's fantastic. But it's not, you don't have to have, you know, a year's experience in GIS to do a master's in it or anything like that. But geography and business are great subjects, yeah, to have for a GIS degree. You can actually do GIS and business studies. That's one of the courses at Leeds for the masters. But there's loads of GIS and something courses because it can be used in so many different sectors.
Yeah, definitely. Do you think students studying ICT should start looking into GIS as well?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if what I've said has interested you, then yeah. I mean, I don't think I did. The last time I did kind of an ICT lesson was probably when I was in year 9 or something. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it depends.
But I think if you like working with computers, it's not like you can work on the side of GIS that's like coding it and working on it and making it better. That's not particularly my forte. That's very computer sciencey. But yeah, I think if you like working with computers and that kind of thing, it's very computer heavy.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. If you could, Jennifer, do me a favor and pop into a chat. There might be some more questions in there whilst I introduce our next speaker for you. I think there's a few more questions about your passion for GIS as well. Yeah. So that'd be really good. But thank you so much for your presentation. Right, next we have Selen. Hi, lovely to see you again.
Hi, nice to see you too.
Perfect. Right, Selen, are you ready to take over my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Right. So this is Selen. She's going to talk about what she's doing at the moment and hopefully inspire some of you to look into her area of study.
Fantastic. Can you see my screen all right?
Yeah, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Tandy, for introducing me. My name is Selen. I'm currently a pre-registration pharmacist. And at the moment, I'm working in the Royal Berkshire Hospital in Reading. So I'm just going to very quickly whiz through sort of what you can do in a career in pharmacy, and a little bit about myself as well, if my slides want to move on. There we go. Right, so what is a pharmacist? So pharmacists are essentially experts in medicines. So this encompasses advising patients and also other healthcare workers on how to use medicines safely and how to use them appropriately. We also have to ensure that any supply of medicines is within the law. So making sure that, you know, medicines are not fake, and for any drugs that have particular controls around them, so like strong painkillers and things like that, that the supply is lawful and also appropriate. So for the condition that that person has, is that medicine going to actually help them, or is it going to do them more harm? So those are the kind of things we look at. And I touched on fake medicines as well, so suitable quality, and also making sure that the medicines are going to do what they say they do, and what's in them is what it says that's in them. There are also a lot of services that pharmacists can prescribe and provide in different areas. So that includes stopping smoking, blood pressure monitoring, cholesterol management, and providing vaccines and things like that. And pharmacists can also supervise the preparation and production of medicines. So on a small scale could be on a hospital site. So a lot of hospitals have what's called an aseptics unit. And that's a very small scale production unit where they make things on site, such as chemotherapy, infusions, parenteral nutrition, so nutrition that goes into the vein for people who are not able to eat properly. And also on large scale, so pharmacists can be heavily involved in the production of medicines on an industrial scale. So during your degree, you will be taught lots and lots of things, and you will be more than suitably equipped to go into a career in industry should you prefer to do that. So yeah, it's a very versatile thing. So I currently work in a hospital, and I intend to continue my career in a hospital. But also pharmacists can work in community pharmacies, so like your high street sort of chemists, and provide various services there. Then there's like general practice. So in the UK, I'm not sure about other countries, but in the UK, there's a massive growing industry of pharmacists in doctor surgeries. So working with doctors and practice nurses and to help with supplying medicines and making sure that prescriptions are appropriate. There's also pharmacist provision in prisons as well. So that's something that I wanted to get experience in. My family were not very happy with me about that, but I thought it might be quite interesting because it's such a mix of things that you can do there. And then, as I already mentioned, industry, so pharmaceutical companies. There's also pharmacy provision in the military as well. So you can travel the world and do lots of fantastic things all over the world. You can also go into academia and teach at universities. A lot of pharmacists don't necessarily teach on pharmacy degrees. A lot of pharmacists could be involved in teaching on doctor's degrees, so medicine, and also other science degrees like pharmacology and things like that. And then also there's governing bodies. So to practice as a pharmacist in the UK, you need to be registered with the General Pharmaceutical Council. So they oversee all of the practicing pharmacists and make sure that everybody's keeping their learning up to date and things like that, and also producing sort of guidelines and following the law and things like that. So if that's something that interests you, you can also go into something like that. So how do you become a pharmacist? In the UK, I'm going to focus on that because that's what I know. So I studied at secondary school and did some GCSEs. So to get onto a pharmacy degree, you will need a GCSE or an equivalent in maths and English at least. And then I did A-levels. So for a pharmacy degree, A-level chemistry is one of the required qualifications, and it's recommended that at least one other science A-level is required as well. So I would strongly recommend biology, even though it's not what the universities want. I would strongly recommend biology. So I was very brave at A-level, and I did triple science. So I did biology, chemistry and physics. I did geography at AS level, but I felt that I enjoyed the sciences the most, so I carried that on to A2. So I've just listed some other science subjects that would be acceptable if you're wanting to get onto a pharmacy degree. So the pharmacy degree is a 4-year master's. It's an integrated master's. So when you graduate, you will have an MPharm degree. So the typical university offer would be AAB to ABB in your A-levels. So I actually achieved 3 Bs at A-level, and I did actually receive an unconditional offer from my university. So even though it's very daunting to be invited to an interview, from my perspective, it did me really, really well. Had I not had that interview, they would have probably looked at my grades and said, oh, no, you've not met our requirements. But it's really important to try and really focus on your interviewing, because you can really shine. And even if you miss the mark by 1 grade, it just shows that you still can get to where you want to be. So currently I'm on my pre-registration training. So I graduated from the University of Reading in 2020. I got a first, and now I'm working in a hospital. So I'm essentially earning and learning. So during this year, it's a requirement to register as a pharmacist to do your 1-year pre-registration training. So this is where I pretty much work as a pharmacist. I'm not yet qualified to practice, but I'm essentially working as a pharmacist under supervision. So that's where I'm at currently. My next step is at the end of July is to do the pre-registration exam. So after your year of earning and learning, you do an exam. There's a calculations paper, so some sort of pharmaceutical calculations. So it might be things like calculating a dose of a drug that's based on weight. So for example, if you're prescribing an antibiotic called gentamicin, the dose would be 7 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. So one of the questions might be, calculate the dose of gentamicin for a 70 kilo adult male. So those are the sorts of questions, and calculating infusion rates and things like that. And then there's another paper that is a clinical multiple choice question paper, and that will ask you things about Mrs. X has just had a heart attack. What are, you know, out of this list of 5 drugs, which is the one that is not supposed to be used after somebody's had a heart attack? So it's things like that. It's testing your clinical knowledge on the appropriateness of drugs in different conditions and things like that. So it's quite a difficult exam, and I'm pretty nervous for it because you have to get 70% to pass, but you do get 3 attempts. So it's not too daunting. I'm hoping to pass the first time. And then the next step after that is to get your full registration with the GPHC, and then you're off to practice wherever you fancy practicing. So what do I actually do on a daily basis? So I work in a hospital, so I'm mostly based on the wards. So actually that's a testing question. I'm not actually sure how many wards we've got at my hospital, but there'll be a number of wards, and each ward will be a different sort of medical specialty. So we'll have like a gastro ward where we have people with things like inflammatory bowel diseases or alcohol-related liver issues and things like that. Or we have elderly care wards, we have surgical wards as well. So there's like general surgery, urology, so a whole host of different things. And because I'm still learning, I'm doing sort of like 2 to 3 weekly rotations on each ward so that I can get a feel of the different types of drugs we use in different conditions. So something that I will be doing every day is speaking to patients and constructing what's called a drug history. So I will speak to various different patients, mostly the patients who've been admitted newly to the ward, and I'll speak to them and find out what regular medicines they usually take when they're at home, and anything that they take that they buy for themselves. Sometimes you have to ask quite awkward questions about how much people drink alcohol and any illicit drugs that they use, because that could massively affect the treatment that they receive in hospital. So if somebody uses illicit opioids and they're about to have surgery, we would really need to know that, because it would affect the dose of the post-operative painkillers that we give them. So it can be very uncomfortable to ask people questions like that, but it's something that you have to do in a non-judgmental way. And it's been an interesting year for building those kind of skills. So I'll find out what medication they're taking before, and then I'll have a read through their notes and see why they've come in, and have a look at their bloods and things like working out how well their kidneys are working and if their liver's not doing very well, things like that. And then I'll look at the drugs that they're taking at home, and we essentially sort of rationalise what they should be taking. So if they're supposed to be continued on something, then I'll speak to the doctors, and if it's not been prescribed and things like that. And if they've been started on anything new, I'll check whether any of those drugs that they're already taking have an effect on the new drugs. So sometimes if you take 2 medicines at the same time, they can affect how each other works, and that's called interactions. So you could have 2 drugs, one of them can make the levels of another drug go really high, and that can cause some problems. So that's something that I'll be looking out for as well. So every patient in hospital will have what's called a drug chart, and that's where all of their medicines are prescribed, and it shows you what time they've been given those medicines, and so on and so forth. If it's a course, we'll be making sure that, so like a course of antibiotics, we'll be making sure that they've only prescribed it for a set amount of days. Another thing that I do is speak with the doctors. So a lot of the junior doctors who've pretty much just come out of uni after their 5-year degree will be doing most of the prescribing. And it's quite a daunting thing. So something that I help them to do is make sure that they're prescribing things correctly. So making sure that the dose is correct, they've picked the right formulation. So drugs come in different formulations, so tablets, liquids, intravenous. So I'll be helping them making those kind of decisions. And also something that unfortunately we do have to look out for is cost effectiveness. So if there is lots of evidence to support the use of a very cheap drug and hardly any evidence to support the use of a very expensive drug that does the same thing as the cheap one. Makes more sense to go for the cheaper one. So we're looking at things like that as well. So we're kind of sort of verging on accountants in medicine as well. But it's a really important thing because obviously in the UK we have a National Health Service, and that's all funded by taxpayers. So we need to make sure that we're using that money in the most efficient way possible. Next is I look at guidelines. So we have national guidelines, so that we've got something called NICE, which is the National Institute of Health and Care Excellence. So they produce national guidance on what medicines are the best to use for which conditions. We also have local guidelines, and that will apply generally to things like antibiotics, because different bugs in different areas tend to, just for sort of natural reasons, tend to respond differently to different antibiotics. So part of my job is making sure that we follow something called antimicrobial stewardship. So making sure that medicines, especially antibiotics, are prescribed in line with recommendations. Another thing that I do is speak with the nurses. So generally the nurses will administer medicines for the patients on the ward. And I can advise them on things like the rate at which to give an infusion. So that would be like a drug into the vein, and then it's in a bag, and certain drugs have to be given at certain rates. So I can advise them on things like that. And then other medicines, we have different types of tablets. Some tablets are called modified release. So when you swallow them, as you know that your gut is very, very long, the acidity levels in different parts of your gut are different. So we can basically formulate drugs so that they dissolve either higher up or lower down. If you crush a tablet that's modified release, it doesn't do that anymore. And sometimes if people have difficulty swallowing, we might need to crush tablets. It's not really recommended. We prefer to use liquids, but if a liquid isn't available, then we would have to crush tablets. So I can advise nurses on which tablets are safe to crush and which ones are not, and then advise them on the best way to administer a medicine. And then finally, everything we do is for the patients. So something that is a big part of my job is speaking to patients about their medicines, telling them essentially how to safely use them, which side effects to look out for, if there are any drugs that interact. So say, for example, there are drugs that make your blood slightly thinner if you're at high risk of getting a blood clot. So there are things that you can buy from supermarkets and pharmacies that can affect the thickness of your blood essentially. So I can advise people on what things are safe to buy over the counter as well for various minor ailments and things like that. And also I can advise patients on how to use devices. So a big thing that that we do in the hospital particularly, and you can do in community as well, is inhaler technique counselling. So it's not just as simple as breathing in through your inhaler. There's a specific way to do it, and there's lots of different types of inhalers, and it can be quite challenging for people who have multiple inhalers of different kinds. So that's something that we can go through with patients as well. So this is an example of the drug chart. At my hospital, we actually have electronic drug charts, so everything's on a computer system, which I actually prefer. It's just a lot easier to use, and some of the doctors have terrible handwriting. This doctor clearly has very nice handwriting, so you can actually read what it says. But as I explained, the chart essentially will have all of the different drugs that are prescribed for that person. It has the dose, it has the route, so the route as in orally, so they can swallow it, or it might be intravenous. It might, if it's a cream, it will be topical. And then we have all the different times that it's administered. So yeah, that's an example of a drug chart. The reason why I quite liked this example as well is because the top drug has been crossed out. The doctor has stopped that drug because actually, if you take that medicine when your kidneys are not working very well, it can be pretty bad. So they've actually stopped that, and they've documented renal function has declined, so we're going to stop that drug. So yeah, I've been talking for quite a while, but I think it's quite a good time to have any questions if anybody has anything to ask.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much. You've got lots of questions in the chat. So what I'd recommend is if you pop over to the Q&A and answer the questions as you go, and then I will introduce Dr. Wade as our last speaker for the event. But thank you so much, Selen. That was amazing. Thank you. Okay, right. Our last panelist is Dr. Wade. Jess, are you here?
I am here. I'm just moving out of my kitchen into a quiet space. 1 second. I was watching that presentation with my whole family of medical doctors talking about how bad their handwriting was. Give me 1 second.
I was imagining you doing that. How are the Wades? Are they okay?
They are great. My brother has just had a haircut, so his PPE is better for him now. So all is great. Here, let me just set up my screen.
Fantastic. Whilst Dr. Wade is getting ready, I know Dr. Wade for years now. So we did a hackathon, was it? As the first thing. And since then, a lot of my former students have managed to get onto the Imperial for summer placements. So they are really worth looking at. You need to look in advance. They're earlier on in the year. So from September, always look at the placements as well. And then we've been to Imperial for the Imperial, the science event. That was the great exhibition. That was fantastic a few years ago as well. So I will hand over to Dr. Wade, who will talk about what she does in her life and her book, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the book. I feel like it's pitched a little too young for this fantastic audience that we have. Let me just plug in the microphone so the sound is better. Two such great presentations. I feel such a rush to follow. So thank you so much to Miss Banda. I hope everyone can hear me and can see my lovely Arsenal cover behind me. So my name is Jess. I'm a research fellow at Imperial College London, and I studied at Imperial, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I do now. I work with new materials for electronic devices, and this is actually a picture of some of the materials I work with. So I want to talk you through exactly what they are and how they're going to be useful for future technologies. Let me just check. Microphone is all great. Okay, awesome. What have I done? Okay, great. So how did I get to doing what I'm doing? I thought that the two presentations before were really fantastic at introducing how you follow one of these stories. I started off at secondary school, unsurprisingly. I did triple science at GCSE, and then I did A-levels in maths, further maths, chemistry, physics, and art. I actually went to art school for a year. So I went to, while some people were traveling and things like that, I went to do a foundation course in art at Chelsea. I then started doing my physics degree at Imperial College London, and I know that Miss Banda is a massive supporter of Imperial, and actually it's a really, really fantastic place to be a science student. I think because it is really only a science university, so we only have maths, chemistry, physics, only have 10 different schools of engineering and medicine and the business school, but really you're quite, and of course life sciences and biology and computing. But really, you're surrounded by scientists every day. It's very much like this conference and this workshop, and it's just completely inspiring. You know, walking around campus, any question you have, any challenge you have can be solved. It was kind of a big jump going from doing art at university to suddenly starting off a physics degree. And I found it quite hard at the beginning to remember all the maths that I had to have to be able to do physics. But actually, it was completely thrilling. So I started off in the physics department, which is this department that looks a little bit like this. Some of you may have even been there. It's not the most beautiful of buildings, but it's the most structurally sound. Every time I speak to one of the planning people at Imperial, they say it's completely perfect. The labs are absolutely incredible. Over in this kind of space, in this design of the building, we have about 9 different research groups doing all different kinds of scientific investigations. So we have a huge group on particle physics. Lots of the researchers spend a lot of time at CERN and other particle accelerators all around the world. We have a massive group in plasma physics. So we have lots and lots of really high power lasers and things like that in the basement of this building. We've got a big research effort in developing new materials, which is what I'm part of. We have lots of research in optics and in astrophysics, medical physics, shock physics, you name it, that physics is covered at Imperial. We're actually, I think it's fair to say, we're the biggest physics department in the UK. So I absolutely loved it. And I was not expecting to love studying physics so much. I just really loved that idea. You know, you go from when you're at school and you're learning all of these laws and these equations and all of this stuff that feels really distant. And then suddenly you do a subject where you're just continuously inspired. You're inspired by your classmates, you're inspired by your teachers, you're inspired because the content is so exciting. You're learning about physics as it happens. When we first managed to detect gravitational waves, you go and hang out and party with the people who made that possible. And I thought that was something really cool. So I wasn't planning on having a career in scientific research. I was kind of like, I'll just go to art school, see what happens. I'll just go to do physics at university and see what happens. But boy, am I glad I did. I then ended up doing a master's project. So during your master's, your final year when you're at university studying science, you're able to choose a research area or someone that you want to work with, and then spend kind of about a term, so about a school term, just doing a research project. And here was the first time for me when I was given kind of control of what experiments I could do. They let me completely choose the design of the experiment. I was able to ask different questions. I was able to set up a whole piece of equipment. I was able to have the key. I should have brought my key because I love my key so much. But you get a key that gives you access to all of these labs. So on the weekend, kind of like today, I could come up with an idea that I wanted to measure using our lasers at Imperial, and I could just get on my bike and cycle in and then go and measure it. And I found that completely thrilling, you know, that opportunity to take all those things that you know from school, that creativity, that idea of kind of innovation, and then take it into science. And I found that complete rush. So I loved it, and I loved the master's project. And then at the end of my master's, the person who was my boss, my supervisor, said, have you ever thought about staying around to do a PhD? Do you want to do a research project? And a PhD is a really big jump from a master's, because suddenly, for the first time in your life, you're being paid to do science. So you're not paying, it's not like student fees. Suddenly you're being paid and your science is being taken seriously. You have control, you design the experiment, you come up with the project. And honestly, I could not have enjoyed it more. I met incredible people, really people who I had never dreamed of being friends with, people who were all there. We were working on new materials for solar panels, and everyone was so enthusiastic and so inquisitive and curious. It really made me stay in that group and really, really loved it. So I did that for about 3.5 years. You do a PhD project, which sounds like a really long time actually in retrospect. But it's really the perfect length of time for you to become a master in a particular area, for you to really get to grips with a particular topic or a particular material, and then you're the expert. So something that happens over the course of your PhD is when you start, you're learning, right? You're learning from your boss, who's your supervisor. You're learning from your team. You're learning from the university. You're learning by reading. And then suddenly, you're the expert. You're better than everyone else. You know things that no one else in the world knows. And that's something I think I had never, ever dreamt possible in physics, that you'd get to an area relatively quickly where you were kind of internationally regarded as somebody that people wanted to talk to. So at the end of my PhD, I had an exam by a professor at the University of Manchester, and this was kind of scary. At the end of your PhD, you do something. In America, they call it a defense. Here, we call it a viva. But you basically present all of your results from the past 3.5 years, all of your discoveries, all of your ideas and the concepts you've come up with, and you present it to these people, and then you have to defend it. So you have to say why you're right, why your theories are right, why you've made this revolutionary change in solar cell design. And I loved it. The exam was incredible. The chemistry professor at Manchester was absolutely wonderful. I considered going to Manchester for a little bit. I considered going to a bunch of different places in the UK. I actually ended up going for a short while to work at King's, but I was just really unhappy there. I wanted to be back in the labs at Imperial, which is where I really love. And so I was lucky enough to get a job back at Imperial working between physics and chemistry. And whilst physics is an old-fashioned building, chemistry at Imperial is absolutely remarkable. Some of you may have seen this if you've been anywhere near White City or to that, what's it called? The massive Westfield in near Shepherd's Bush. This is right next to it. And it's a massive building. I think it was about £1 billion to build. It has lots and lots of really, really cool labs in, including, and this is a fact I have to say, the biggest number, the highest number of fume hoods in any building in Europe. So we have a huge number of chemistry experiments going on there. So here I was working between physics and chemistry, taking my understanding of characterization and processing and looking at solar panels and turning these materials into devices and working really closely with chemists who could design them better. And this was really, really great. You know, at A-level, I did physics and chemistry. I always really, really missed the chemistry part of it. And now I was doing a job where I was like, for the first time, I could combine those two loves again. And really a lot of the art as well, a lot of creativity and thinking goes into being able to do these jobs in an effective way and work between teams of international researchers all the time. And then finally, actually, not finally, I hope it's not finally, but in October last year, so October 2020, mid the pandemic, I just got a research fellowship, which means I no longer work for anyone else. I work for myself now. I'm based in the Department of Materials at Imperial, and I'm setting up a lab there looking at the wondrous properties of these materials that I work with. So it's kind of been a journey up and down Imperial's campus around all of these different labs to find a space where I can start to do experiments and investigations that really I find completely fascinating and are of benefit to the wider world. I'm going to speak for about 3 more minutes, if that's okay, Miss Banda. I can't call you anything but Miss Banda.
That's absolutely fine. You can speak for as long as you want. You can have 10 minutes if you like.
Okay, well, I want to take some questions because I think the questions are really, really great. But I see that they're all on pharmacy still, so I'll go through and just talk to you about the science I do. So I look at new materials, as I mentioned very briefly at the start, for electronic devices. These combine the electronic properties of things like silicon, so they're semiconductors, with the processing properties of carbon, so they're almost like plastics. As I mentioned, I work with chemists, and I think the fascinating thing about chemistry at university, if anyone's thinking about it, is how broad it is now. It's so much bigger than just stuff that you do at a lab bench or some kind of complicated, convoluted recipe like cooking at home. This is something where you might computationally design the materials. So lots of my colleagues who call themselves chemists actually sit behind computers all day making molecules and structures on really, really advanced programs to try and predict how they'd behave when we put them into devices. So the materials they pass to me look a little bit like this. This is one from a fantastic chemist called Adam. They may look a little bit like a powder. We usually I get about 50 milligrams. So imagine how much flour you use when you're cooking a cake, about 200 grams. We get 50 milligrams. We get such tiny amounts of material. I then go to somewhere called the clean room, and this is where we process our materials, and we have to wear these big suits and these gowns, and it's very clean, much cleaner than your bedroom. There's less than 1,000 particles per cubic meter, so we try and keep all the dirt out. We take this and we dissolve them. So when I've dissolved these beautiful materials into here, we can create materials and structures that will absorb and emit different colors of light. And what's really neat about these materials is we control that chemistry. We control those electronic properties through their chemistry. So if I want to make something that will emit red, then I can go and do that. If I want to make something that will emit blue, I can go and talk to my chemistry friends to make that happen. Because they're solutions, we can print them, and we can print them onto bendy surfaces, so we can start to think about new technologies like flexible displays and flexible solar panels and flexible transistors and computers. And really, it's these kind of materials, these organic carbon-based semiconductors, which form all of the high-performance displays at the moment. So if you've got an iPhone screen, if you've got an Apple laptop, if you've got an OLED TV of any kind, the O in that is for organic, and that's what we're working on. I'm just keeping this checking out. Okay, cool. Some great physics questions are coming in. So I'm going to go to those in 1 minute. I'll tell you about two of my favorite projects first, and then tell you really briefly about how cool the materials are that I work with, and then we'll go to questions. And if I don't answer any, I'm happy to catch up with anyone later on. Two of the most amazing applications of the materials that I've seen are from two fantastic, incredible researchers, one at Princeton in New Jersey and one in Cambridge. The first one I love is using these materials for stickers to put on the windows. So these are stickers that are transparent. They contain these beautiful organic molecules. So they contain molecules very similar to the ones I was talking about here. But they're transparent to visible light. So they let visible light through, but they absorb in the ultraviolet and in the infrared. So people who have done enough physics by now, or people who are just getting to physics, we know that the sun emits light. So this is the spectral irradiance of the sun, the light intensity that comes out of the sun. And on the x-axis, we have energy. So we have all of the different wavelengths, the different colors, the energies of light that the sun emits. Now we can see that the sun emits across a whole bunch of different wavelengths. And what Lin Lu came up with, who is just a completely awesome person, as well as being a fantastic scientist. I went to see her when I went to New York a couple of years ago. But what she came up with was a sticker that you could stick on windows. It would transmit visible light, so you can see through, you can see everything that comes out. And then it would absorb ultraviolet and infrared. And what's really cool about this is you can use that ultraviolet light, that high energy ultraviolet light, to generate electricity. So these windows are like transparent solar panels. But you can use that infrared light to moderate the heat that would come into a building. So if you want to warm your bedroom up, or if you want to cool your bedroom down, you can use the energy from that light to moderate that heat. And that I thought was completely incredible. And this was from a discovery of scientists not too much older than you, just some of her graduate students on the program. Another example I think is amazing of these organic electronic materials is Rasheen Owens at the University of Cambridge. And what Rasheen does is use them because not only do these things transport charges really efficiently, but they also transport ions. And this is really, really useful in biology. They're biocompatible, but they can transport ions and electrons. So what she came up with was a new implant that can detect whether someone's about to have an epileptic fit. It's comprised of two actual different devices, one which detects whether someone's about to have a fit and where it's happening, and the other which pumps out a neurotransmitter that will block off any of that epileptic function. So if your brain's going into overdrive, if you're about to have an epileptic fit, electronic signals start getting passed around at random really, really intensely. And what Rasheen Owens came up with was a way to simulate that, to understand where that was going to happen, and to target the release of a drug. And this could all go into one really compact device that's completely biocompatible. And I just love this. You know, my mum is a psychiatrist, my dad is a neurologist. I love the idea that we can come up with something using the materials that I work with that will actually have an impact and benefit people's lives, much like how important and impressive pharmacy is. So just to wrap up, and I'll tell you about why the materials I work on are awesome, and then we'll go to some of the questions, I hope. Oh, so many great questions that are coming in. It's such a thrill to be here, and I'm so enthusiastic. I work with materials that are chiral, and chirality is a fascinating thing. So I really encourage you, after this talk and after this amazing session today, to go and read about chirality, because it's just so interesting. Chiral objects exist as non-superimposable mirror images. So that's like your left and your right hand. And non-superimposable sounds like a really fancy posh word, but what it means is that when you hold your hands together palm to palm, they're mirror images of one another. But if you put one on top of the other, they're obviously not mirror images anymore. So that's what non-superimposable means. Now, the fascinating thing about chirality is we have it at a whole bunch of different length scales. So from the subatomic scale, things that are smaller than particles, smaller than atoms. We have it at the molecular scale, and we have it in macroscopic objects like shells or your hands or twisted barks of trees. The super cool thing about chirality is it's not only something we see in objects, but it's also something that we see in light. If we put two light waves together with exactly the same amplitude, we've got two linearly polarized light waves here, same amplitude, but they're out of sync by about 90 degrees. The combination of that light will become chiral. That light intensity, that twisted thing, this blue corkscrew in this diagram here is chiral. It can twist clockwise or anti-clockwise. So what I've spent the last few years doing, and having the best time ever doing, is investigating molecules that are chiral and getting them to emit circularly polarized light, to emit chiral light, so that we can put them in really, really efficient displays. And this has been the most extraordinary journey, working with loads and loads of really, really fancy pieces of kit in labs all over the world, some more beautiful than others, but all of them absolutely fascinating to work with. A lot in California. I think I have a preference for working with Californian scientists because you get to go to California and do your experiments there. But really, it's just a complete thrill to investigate these materials. And then we work really closely with people like Samsung and LG and Huawei to come up with new ways to make their displays more efficient. So a big focus of my research is to take these beautiful chiral molecules, put them into devices that will ultimately make the displays more efficient that you have at home. So I think probably that's enough talking from me. I was going to talk to you more and more, but I think that's probably enough. If people have any questions, I'm on Twitter a lot. I realize some of you might be not on Twitter just yet, but you can also contact me by email if you want to have any further discussions about physics or chiral molecules or solar panels or materials. It's jessica.wade@imperial.ac.uk. I'm going to answer a few questions if that's okay, Miss Banda. Is that all right?
That's absolutely fine. I've been looking at them. There's some amazing questions. So take it away, please.
Okay, great. So did I find physics challenging at first? Yes, and I still find physics challenging. I don't know any physicist who doesn't say they find their job challenging, but it's so immensely rewarding. It's so incredible to do something, to sit down with a set of data or to start off with a series of new molecules and to think about, I'm never going to be able to do this. You know, every time I have a huge challenge in understanding something, I think, oh no, I'm never going to do this. I'm so silly. I shouldn't have this job. And then you get into it and you realize how much you can add. You realize how your creativity and your innovative thinking and the ways that you talk and work with people can help to solve a problem. So physics is challenging a lot of the time, but actually when you have something that's challenging, when you get to that solution and that answer, it's the most thrilling and the most rewarding thing. I absolutely love it. So I've been working for the last few months with a chemist who designed a molecule that's completely insoluble. So we can't dissolve it in any solvent. So we can't do those fancy printing techniques that I showed you before. And instead we had to really think hard about the ways that we could make solid structures of this material. And so we turned to these really fancy vacuum evaporation systems, and we've had actually the most incredible time. And then I've put together a team of people, me in London, someone in Japan, someone in Sheffield, who are all working together now to understand how these materials behave, how these molecules behave, and how we can make use of those for more efficient devices. But really, when we started this project, we were like, well, this is impossible. It's going to get nowhere. What's Francesco made? And then we managed to rope in a team of really fantastic scientists where now we're really starting to understand it. So it was super challenging, and every project is super challenging, but it's so much more exciting doing something that's challenging than doing something that's easy. because you want to be inspired to jump out of bed every day. You want to keep asking those questions. And I was looking at the chat, so I said jobs, but you want to keep asking those questions and keep thinking about things. So it's, yeah, challenging, but incredibly rewarding. Sydney had a question about how to get experience. I think that Miss Banda gave a bunch of really great opportunities to connect with Imperial, but if people need any extra help to talk about it, then send me an email and I'll try and find some. There are lots of really, really good work experience in summer schools. I know some of them are moving online, but there should be lots of ways to connect with these opportunities. And there are certainly a lot of really, really great public lectures. Emily question. Oh, they're popping about the questions. I can't even read them. I think Emily had a question about how did it vanish? Did someone else answer it? Maybe they're all being answered. This is such an efficient chat. What was the most difficult aspect of your PhD? I think that anyone who wants to chat more about physics, then feel free to send me an email. The most difficult aspect of your PhD is feeling like you're making no progress. You know, when you start off something and you've got this huge challenge of making solar panels more efficient, it feels like such a daunting task. And I think every time, and it probably happens at high school too, but every time I was learning a new technique or learning a new analysis or learning a new way to do an experiment, I felt like I am never going to be able to do this. Like, I'm never going to remember how to do this experiment again, or I'm never going to remember how to set up this microscope so precisely. So it's that constant feeling that you're not going to be able to do it. But then it comes back to that question about something being challenging, that actually it's so rewarding when you can. So physics is one of those subjects like materials or engineering or chemistry where every day you think, I'm not going to be able to do it. And then every day you realize you can. And I really think you can find a way to continually contribute something that's interesting. And it's about surrounding yourself with really, really fantastic people. I really, really love the team of people that I work with, mainly chemists, but all so much fun. And it makes the days a complete joy. Let's see if I think maybe that's enough questions because I know we're already overrunning, but
I think there's one more that I think would be really a good end. So there's a question from Amina that says, how will I know that physics is for me? And how did you know it was for you?
I think you'll know because it will be that subject that keeps you asking questions. You know, the subject that you hang out after class to ask your teacher more questions, or when you hear something on the radio or you see something on television, it makes you go away and do a little bit of reading to find more. When I was at school, and my parents are still medical doctors, but everyone was a medical doctor. So if I had any issue with a headache or any issue like that, I could go to them for that information. And physics was always that one where I was like, you know, what do we understand about the solar system? How do we think about atoms and molecules and structures? How can we take physical concepts and laws that have been used to understand things that are 100 meters tall and apply them to galaxies that are forming tens of millions of light years away, or apply them to atoms and molecules? How can there be one subject that unites all of these different length scales, all of these different aspects of our lives? And how can we better understand the universe as a result of it? And physics was always that one where I was just so curious. I was, you know, always making really elaborate revision notes, always trying to come up with new ways that I could challenge my teacher into getting kind of new ideas or giving me more information. And I think that was it. It was kind of, I knew it because I was so curious about it. And then when I got to university, and it's completely fine to go to a few lectures, I would say come to a few lectures online, come and see whether you like it. I think the thrill of people around you who are super enthusiastic about physics is something incredible. I get to do some teaching as part of my, well, I got to do some as part of my PhD, and then some when I became my own independent scientist. And there you get to meet all of the students who are just the most incredible and diverse and dynamic and extraordinarily bright bunch of people you could ever meet. And then you realize I'm completely at home in this subject. I really love working with these people and understanding things. In the physics class that I taught, we had about 5 students out of the 15. The classes are small when we do this small group teaching. And about 5 of them were doing a joint course with the Royal College of Music, which is just next door. So they're kind of professional musicians and also physicists. And then you just realize, you know, anyone who's excited and inspired would feel at home here. So I would try a few physics lectures out online. I would take a look at some of the materials we talk about and we work with. But I would really realize that it's the subject that gives you answers to everything in the universe. And that's something that is incredibly exciting to be part of.
Thank you. One more, Jess. Is physics at Imperial competitive? And if yes, how did you cope with it? Were you ever scared of falling behind your peers?
It's such a good question. I was completely terrified at the beginning because I went to art school for a year and then suddenly got to doing physics and it was like, I've got to remember all of further maths and I don't even know if I can spell integrate, let alone do an integration. So yeah, it's daunting. But then you quickly realize, you know, all of that is just your own personal worry. Everyone around them is just trying to do the best physics they can and have the most fun they can. And so once you've got over that and you realize actually people are really supportive, you have small study group lessons, we have lots of teachers and professors who are just there to make sure that everyone in that class comes along. They really don't want you to do badly. They want you to do really well. So when I got there, I was like, I don't know if I could do this. And then I started to work out the parts of physics that I loved. You know, maybe it wasn't the super intense theoretical physics and really complicated maths. Maybe it was the device physics or the space physics or medical imaging. Suddenly in year 3, we got to do an option in medical imaging. And for someone who's the daughter of a neurologist who endlessly orders MRI scans for people, it was such a thrill to learn how MRI worked. So I think when you start to make the subject your own, when you find that research area you're excited by, when you find that professor who's really approachable and fun, then it becomes a subject that's not scary. So of course, everything that's new is scary at first. Going outside and running is scary at first. Cooking a new recipe for the first time is scary. Swimming is terrifying. But as you grow confidence in it and as you find that supportive network of people around you, it becomes somewhere where you just feel completely at home. So I would say keep doing it. You're completely smart enough. Everyone is smart enough. It's just our rubbish education system that makes you feel you're not. You're creative and smart enough. Just keep going at it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. There was someone that was interested in Roisin's research and wondered if there was any other information we could get about Roisin's work.
For sure. Send me an email to the email on the slide, and then I will send you a link to Roisin. She actually just they transferred all of their research in the past year, like a lot of people have done, into rapid testing for coronavirus. So lots of people have been coming up with and having such cool, innovative ideas on really rapid COVID tests. So many labs have done that. Roisin was just in the news about that recently. And I was watching the news with my dad and I was like, I know her, she's my friend. And it was just so fantastic. So yeah, of course I will send more information about that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Right. I think what I'm going to do, Jess, is I'll collate the questions. So there's so many. And I'll put them into a document and I'll email them to you. And if you don't mind, you can just send them back and we'll put them up on the website if that's okay.
That sounds absolutely perfect.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming. And
thanks for having me.
Honestly, it's been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. If you stay behind and have a look at the chat, there might be some that you might want to answer now, but I'll finish up, guys. And what I want us to do is I want us to look at what the key messages have been for today. And I just want to reassure you that one of the key things that you need to do is be passionate. Science is about passion. And if you're passionate, then look at what you need to do next. Don't give up on anything that you want to do. Don't ever let anybody tell you that you can't do it, because anybody can be a scientist, anybody can be an engineer, anybody can be a medic, anybody can be a mathematician. Just be passionate. Also remember what I said at the beginning, learning is hard. Just because something's hard doesn't mean that you can't do it. You just need to know how to break it down into bits and talk to your teachers. if you have an interest in physics, talk to your physics teachers. If you're an interest in chemistry or computer science or maths, talk to your teachers. If there's no competitions that your schools are running, find the competitions, tell your teachers to register you, and you are independent enough to then do all the competitions yourself, but you just need a teacher to sign you up for them. So thank you so much, and thank you so much to all our panelists, and thank you so much for attending. It's been an absolutely fantastic day, and I think Physics and Maths Tutor have done an amazing job organizing this, and we'll look at doing more of these as well, and we might make them more specific as well, so we can have some medicine ones, some engineering ones, some specific physics ones as well. So we'll stay on the chat for another 10 minutes, but thank you so much and have a lovely day.
That was fantastic, Miss Banda.
Thank you so much, Jess. Thank you.
It was so funny. I was sitting so casually in my kitchen, just having a cup of tea, talking about pharmacy, and then you were like, "You're on," and I was like, "Okay, I've got to go."
I'd love to be in your household. I'd love to be there. It must be the most academic household. I'd love the conversations.
No, it's great. At the moment, it's even more fun because my brother has just started in neurology, so he's becoming a neurologist, and my dad is he's at Queen Square, so he's on his specialist training.
Yeah.
They talk about patients, and they talk about doctors that they both know, and they talk about how, and I think something that's really incredible and I guess amazing for this audience is how much medicine's changed, since our parents were trained in medicine, the new treatments, the new ways we understand disease. And how much all the other sciences have contributed to it, how much medical imaging has transformed things. I just find it so amazing from that perspective.
Yeah, it's fascinating. For me, what the last year has taught me is that thank God I have a microbiology degree, because you understand everything that's going on and you're so interested in disease progression, and you're like, okay, so what's going to happen next? And it's just absolutely amazing. I think it's made science become more forefront as well, and I think we need to make sure that we tell the kids all the different careers that they could actually do. So this has been absolutely amazing. So thank you again. Thank you so much. I will send you an email on Monday with some questions because we'll collect them, and we're thinking of doing this every few months if possible.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think it's a great idea. I can suggest some other people from Imperial if we want to have more medics or more. I could even ask my brother to do it.
Yes, exactly. I was thinking we could just have the whole Wade household taking turns and running this, and I could just be like, right now, Mr. Wade, we could have this definitely. Thank you.
We should. And there's so many great people doing cool things in chemistry and in biomaterials. Subjects that I had no idea were possible.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen, when you came to Imperial, did we have design engineering running then?
You were building the lab, and then also we saw the new robotic arms for brain surgery.
Yeah, that's the Hamlin Center as well.
Yeah.
But the design engineering is joint with Dyson. So it's the Royal College of Art and Imperial. Nice. And it's a 4-year course in kind of designing systems and products, but very much rooted in design and things like that.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to university again, I think I'd probably do that, but I'd still want to have physics, but it's just incredible.
No, I was thinking that. I was like, oh my God, I'd love to go back, but I think I'm going to go back. I think I'll teach for a few more years, maybe 3 or 4, and then I'll go and do a different degree. So either forensic anthropology or something. But it's just so difficult to pick something you're interested in because it's all so interesting.
So as you know, I've got this big project on writing Wikipedia pages for women and scientists of color, and I write one every day. And every time I write one, I'm like, why didn't I do this? Like, why am I not working in drug discovery? Like, why am I not? It's just everything is so interesting, especially when you go beyond just the way that we're taught it. I know how challenging it is to teach these subjects in school. And then I think, probably even we can tell from this audience how much it shapes your perception of a subject because you just have no idea what it's like in the real world.
Yeah, definitely.
It's every time, biology was one that I completely rejected did when I was at GCSE level, just because my teacher was, I think she didn't like me, but I just completely left it. And now I'm like, this is, you know, so much of biology is basically physics, right? Like it's electronic circuits, it's changes in concentration, it's shapes that you can predict.
And that's why I was telling everyone about how much bioinformatics has come, how far it's come in the last few years, because I was one of the first cohorts for bioinformatics course. So I took a module in it, and now when I look at where it's gone, and I'm thinking, oh my God, there's so much physics, but it's a good thing for me as a teacher because I can teach all three. So which means I can make the links, and I'll be like, in physics, we're doing this. This is where it applies, and that sort of thing. So I think it's really brought the three sciences together, which is really amazing.
And I think everything in, you know, crystal structure analysis and all of that, there's no way we'd have understood anything about coronavirus without having physics, chemistry, and biology working together.
I introduced the students when we were talking about vaccines a few weeks ago to Dorothy Hodgins, and I said without her we wouldn't know crystallography at all, because
crystallography is a subject which is fascinatingly historically dominated by women. So there was her, there was Kathleen Lonsdale, there were other researchers around that time in the lab, and so many of them, like 1900s, like 1940s, 1950s. They were trained by a guy called Lawrence Bragg, you know, Bragg's Law.
Bragg's Law, yes.
And he was their PhD supervisor. And like so it was all like, and it was all in London. So lots of it was at the Royal Institution where they were doing the crystallography. But they were basically all friends. And I just think it's amazing that you can then go and get, you know, the structure of vitamin B12, all of these different things. And now we have ways, you know, we have ways that we do these experiments so rapidly and all of that.
Definitely.
I find crystallography. So a couple of years ago, I was at a chemistry conference, and there was an incredible professor from NYU there who I respect and admire his science so much. And I was looking him up, and the paper that he had most recently published was on pioneering British women crystallographers. And I was just like, how cool is this? Like, he's
amazing.
And so now we're best friends. I email him all the time.
How is plastic material sciences going?
It's amazing. I think that the work we're doing is, like, at the moment, it's just become even more exciting. It means I can't stop. Like, there's so many different projects going on. So many different students doing really cool things. One of the PhD students in my lab at the moment got really frustrated with how slow everything was, so has fully automated all of the measurements. So he's automated all of the device testing, all of the data analysis. So now you can give him a few drops of material. He's determined to make it robotic so that we don't have to manually process them and manually make the devices. But he's done everything from he spent lockdown basically 3D printing all of the components so that everything can be tested automatically. And it's so cool.
That is amazing.
And it's like you train as a physicist, you go into an experimental physics project, and then you take all of this stuff that you've just had on the side, you're like hacking ideas and creating ideas.
I'm
and
reading,
make experiments better.
I'm reading The World. Oh, this book is amazing. I can't, the problem with me and science books is I read a chapter, then I start researching about that chapter. So it takes me months to finish a book.
Did you watch her Christmas lectures last year?
So I watched all her Christmas lectures, and she had a supercoder there as well that I want to try with my robotics club, because it could predict the Rubik's Cube moves as well. How many moves to solve a Rubik's Cube and the fastest you can solve it. And I wanted my roboticist to learn the programming, but it's so difficult. So I love her books, like, so that one, but this one I can't finish because I keep thinking about, well, where's AI going? What's the evolution that's going to happen with it? It's just...
She's very cool. I went to see her give a lecture about 6 years ago, before she was a celebrity. And it was in this tiny, you know, it was like a physics lecture. And she was talking about using data to track all of the rental bikes in London, like all of the Boris bikes.
Oh,
And actually,
yeah.
coming back to the GIS talk before, it was all about mapping and how you can collect all that data and then visualize how all the bikes rush into the center at the beginning of the day and then move out towards the end of the day. And then she had this, like, you know, sped up version of it that looked like London was breathing, because all the bikes rush in and then rush out. And then you use that to work with, you know, whoever's got to distribute the bikes and tell them where to take them. And I just thought, like, whoa. And me and my friend were there, and we both left, and we were like, why is she not a professor? Like, she's so cool.
She's very cool. Yeah, her love for maths is absolutely amazing. She inspires me a lot as well. Right, Jess, I'm going to have to go because I've got another meeting to go to. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. It's been absolutely amazing, and we'll send you all the materials, and I will stay in touch as well. Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers as well. Bye.